We are all on a separate journey. But the beautiful thing about our life here on this earth is at my funeral, they ain't going to talk about my success. They're going to talk about who Nick was and how Nick lived and how Nick loved and encouraged.
Success is incredibly important, but even more important than success, it's having an impact. It's knowing you haven't walked the planet in vain. It's knowing that because you've been here, you've blessed lives, you've developed people, and you have made the world a better place.
The effect you have on others is the most valuable currency there is. Everything you gain in life will rot and fall apart, and all that will be left of you is what was in your heart.
Life is a mirror, and life gives us not what we want. Life gives us who we are. When you were born, you cried while the world rejoiced. Live your life in such a way that when you die, the world cries while you rejoice.
Ladies and gentlemen, I said welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Diverse Conversations, Wisdom from Professional Coaches Summit, hosted by Ledi Coaching and Consultants. Yeah, we welcome you. Oh, my name is Alicia. My name is Alicia. The other sounds that you're hearing are from Siddiqui. Siddiqui said the other sounds that you're hearing are from Siddiqui. We are acute inflections. We are acute inflections. A duo voice and up a bass, dub bass, string bass, contra bass, standard bass, but not the cello, not the cello. We hope you're ready to listen to the wisdom from professional coaches today. Oh, for this summit, yes, diverse conversations. Oh, yes, wisdom from professional coaches summit. We welcome you. If you're ready, let's begin. Oh, yes, do.
Oh my goodness, that was wonderful. Thank you so much, Acute Inflections, for kicking us off in style. And thank you and welcome everyone to Diverse Conversations, a summit with professional coaches. My name is Denise Ledi, and I'm an empowerment and leadership coach, welcoming you to this summit. And I'm also your host for this event. I can't tell you how happy and grateful I am to have all of you here, taking time out of your busy schedules to join me, my fellow coaching and speaker and entertainment colleagues over the next few days. Why? Because, like us, you're here to be inspired, to be empowered. You're here because you're all about challenging your thinking, shifting perspectives, and taking those next steps in your personal and your professional growth journeys. And that is what we're all about. I'm going to keep it short and simple because I want to dive right in because I am so pumped to bring everybody on stage over the next 2 days. So with that, I'm going to bring out our MC, Jeff Padavani. But before that, I'll give you a little bit of an update on who he is. Jeff is a certified NLP coach and line therapy practitioner, certified teeny habits coach, and changes lives. His specialty is helping you optimize your life. Jeff has built 3 successful businesses from scratch and has become one of the top marketing resources in his industry. But what he really loves is the business of people. Jeff has worked with individuals, solopreneurs, and multi-million-dollar businesses and loves to help people take control of their lives. Jeff's mission is to help you regret-proof your life by helping you create a plan, and he is committed to making that happen because life can be relentless. Your feelings of isolation and failure don't have to be. It's time to get clear about your purpose, live in your truth, and create your future. So I welcome you, Jeff.
Thank you so much, Denise, and thank you so much for having me in this event. I love these kind of events, and I love the people it attracts. Everyone is here to maybe move a step closer to their better self. And when you have this kind of great mix of diverse teachers and consultants, coaches, there's so much great information you can gain from this. And again, thank you everyone for showing up, for showing that you care about your future and you want to get a step closer to your better self. Makes me think about a quote by James Clear, who wrote Atomic Habits, that every action you take is a vote for the type of person you want to become. So think about that. You're here because you want to move the needle in your life. So thanks for being here, and put your seatbelt on, and we're going to learn a lot. And I also want to say something about Acute Inflections, who did that awesome musical intro for us. They're a New York sultry duo led by a former Broadway singer. They usually can be found entertaining clients like the United Nations, I know, really small time, right? And Mercedes-Benz and other high-end events across the country. So I'm really looking forward to hearing more from them.
Hi, everyone. My name is Renee Bell, and I am a coach and speaker and founder of Onus Coaching LLC. And I'm excited to get started today. And we're so excited that we're here. So I will be leading a panel today, speaking to a couple of experts who have helped clients every day to navigate their personal life and personal stressors through hope and resiliency. And so I have the honor of welcoming these experts today. First, we have Haley, who is a relationship coach, speaker, author, and consultant. Next, we have Dr. Joy, who is an author, spokesperson, and veteran mindset coach. Next, we have Sharon, who is a holistic health practitioner, nutritionist, and coach. And then we have Sherry, who is a master coach who specializes in grief. We're so thrilled to have all of you. And I just want to note, before we get started, if we can keep our responses to no more than 2 minutes so we can get to a bunch of questions. But first, I want to start by offering each of you all 60 seconds to both introduce yourself and your mission as a coach. So we can start with you, Haley, and then move forward to Dr. Joy and then Sharon to do the same.
Thank you so much. It's wonderful to be here with all of you. I'm the coach in our group specifically on your romantic relationships, especially when they've gone into disrepair or if infidelity has hit close to home. I believe in love after depression, love after divorce, even healing after infidelity. I help couples to really heal in 90 days or less from those problems that at first seemed impossible to fix. And I do this both through private coaching, marriage makeover days, destination retreats, my books, and articles to help couples. But I'm also one of those people that was in a couple that needed to be rescued. And I'm blessed to be in a second chance and happy to help you have yours. Please think of me when you hear someone who is struggling, especially with infidelity, so that I can gift them a free session. And if you're wondering if you're in the right place today, if you're committed to having love in your life, I'm committed to helping it be happy and healthy for you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Haley. Dr. Joy?
Hello, my name is Dr. Joy Vaughn, and I am a transformational coach like all of you. But my specialty is in brain and behavior coaching. That's coaching with the brain in mind. I absolutely am passionate about seeing people move their lives forward, but my specialty is with veterans because war does horrible things to people, and particularly to their brains. So I took on this charge about 15 years ago, and I've been doing that ever since. And I can tell you there's nothing better than seeing people just transform within 90 days. I run boot camps for veterans and others, and I also do one-on-one coaching and private coaching, again, one-on-one or in groups. So it's Dr. Joy Coaching. You can find me there. Please visit my booth. And Denise, Gracie, I am thrilled to be here with you, and I have a free gift for you, which is how to be fearless. So join me and let's rock and roll. Thanks, Janae.
Love that. Thank you, Dr. Joy. Sharon?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Sharon Holland-Gelfand, and I'm also very excited to be here with these amazing coaches and this wonderful team. I'm a functional holistic nutritionist and health and wellness coach. I'm a speaker and an author of The Gut Method, Secrets Beyond Your Plate for a Healthier, More Energetic Life. And I used to be a banker, and I'm turned to a nutritionist after my son was diagnosed with Crohn's, ulcerative colitis, and ileitis. I was going through a divorce at the time, and all of this changed my life and woke me up and made me realize that we have to take our health back. And that is what I am here to do. I empower women over 40 who are feeling lost to help them take control back of their health and their wellness through specific at-home testing and flexible food and lifestyle choices, so they have more energy, less stress, and can live a purpose-driven life. And I'm thrilled to be here. Come to my booth, got a free gift for you, and can't wait to get started.
Awesome. Thanks so much, ladies. So we can delve right in. The first question that I want to talk about is, I do want to talk about the year 2020 and what a crazy year that was for us. It was one that was marked with a lot of loss, whether it was a loss of a loved one or a loss of an opportunity. And so first off, there's two questions that I want to pose. What are some of the biggest personal stressors that your clients are facing? And then if you can introduce one strategy that you've used to encourage them to implement as they navigate this personal stressor. So if I can start with you, Sharon, to talk a little bit about that.
Sure. So it was a traumatic, and it still is a traumatic year. It's ongoing. And a lot of my clients were feeling so much anxiety. And so with that anxiety, what that does in your brain is that then sends signals to your stomach and vice versa. So the vagus nerve gets overstimulated. Mm-hmm. And so what I would do with my clients during this time, because we can't avoid it. We're living through it. So it's like, how can you manage it and keep yourself your healthiest self as you go through it? So for the anxiety and the stress, a lot of it is simply the breathing and the focusing on yourself and the breath. And we would do these exercises every single week and practice that, because breath alone helps to flip the switch on your vagus nerve so that it can go from the fight or flight to the rest and digest. And people are surprised when they hear that, because they're like, well, Sharon, what about the foods that you eat? But really, it starts with the breath and the mindset to help keep you grounded.
Love that. Thank you. What about you, Dr. Joy? What are some of the biggest stressors that your clients are going through, and what have you encouraged them to do?
Those are the two big stressors that I see. I just lost my son 3 weeks ago, so I'm right in the thick of it. Okay? But yet, there is something about the human spirit. There's something about the human brain that has us be resilient. And so if I could offer one strategy for anyone who's at a loss of any kind, is that every single morning you wake up and the first thing you do is you give God thanks. You start off with gratitude. because no matter how bad things are, be grateful for all things. And the second thing is create a list of positive things you're going to do every single day and take one positive action step. My positive action step, despite my loss, is to be here with you. Why? Because it serves others, and in serving others, I help to heal myself. Does that make sense?
Absolutely. And thanks for sharing that with us, Dr. Joy. I do want to take some time to speak directly about relationships, because we know that relationships can be really powerful tools for our personal development. But I do know that we also have the tendency to isolate and abandon these relationships in times of stress. And so I do want to talk to you, Ms. Haley. I know that you work with couples every day to sort through some difficult challenges. And so the question that I want to pose is, how do you support individuals to best cultivate and then utilize support systems in their lives, particularly when stress is an all-time high and we have a tendency to maybe not support these relationships?
Absolutely, Janae. And there's so many different relationships we have. Our job titles and our roles are not really definitive of who we are and what relationships we're in, but we might call ourselves by a role and be in a relationship such as parent or daughter or partner or significant other. And so depending on which relationships we want to cultivate, we have to first start with self. I always say as a relationship therapist that it really takes one before it takes two. It takes one whole and well person coming together with another whole and well person to make the most whole and well relationship. So this is a time where I think we're all allowed to self-assess and say, I am not feeling at my best. I need some grace right now. I deserve some support right now, and to seek out the right support. There are so many great programs wherever you're dialing in from on today's conference from around the world. There are so many great mentors and experts, not just from today's event, but in your network and in your community. And it starts by deciding that you deserve to feel whole and well, especially if you want to be in a relationship with another person. You want to first help yourself be whole and well. And reaching out for those supports can come, as you asked, Janae, how do we cultivate those relationships? Well, it starts from being authentic, being able to say in your friend communities, your work communities, how you're really doing, being able to take off that mask and not have to pretend that everything's fine when it's not. And so, some of the women's groups that I run, we ask women, how are you doing through work? What are you doing when you're not at work? And how are you really doing if you weren't on a billboard right now? Because we want to cultivate those real and safe places where we can talk about having sad days where it's hard to get out of bed. We can talk about marriages in turmoil. We can talk about kids that are mental health impacted with the struggles of going back to school through COVID. So I think really raw honesty, permission to not be perfect and okay all the time, and making sure that you're okay, especially if you want to be okay with another somebody.
Definitely. Thank you, Haley. And I would like to pose that to the other coaches as well. How do you find that relationships play a role in supporting your clients to navigate any personal stressors, particularly when stress is on an all-time high for them? So I'll pose that question to Sharon now.
That's a great question. And when you're in a relationship, and I don't know if I'm getting feedback or if anybody else is, hopefully it's not my mic. Especially when you're in a relationship and you're still kind of stuck at home, it's creating and giving each other the space to communicate without the ego, right? With being able to be, as Haley was saying, being authentic and being able to just know that your partner is there to support you. And so a lot of times with my clients, because they're all working from home, I tell them to take an hour at least for the day to do something fun together that can relieve the stress, whether they cook together or play games or go outside, to make sure that they're finding time together that they can support each other physically, mentally, and emotionally. And especially with the cooking, so many of my clients have found joy in doing that and making healthier meals and realizing that they can be healthy inside, even though the refrigerator is right next to them. Doing it together as a family and allowing, if they have kids, bring your kids into the mix. Because when you can create joy around that and not let at least the food create more stress, in the home, then you can have fun with it.
I love that. Finding creative ways to leverage your relationships. What about you, Sherry? Any thoughts on how relationships play a role in your mission as a coach and ways that you help each other navigate those stressors?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can hear me. Gracie, you can hear me. Okay. So yes, hello everyone, and thank you for inviting me to be on the summit. I feel that people have got into relationships, and there's so much pressure to be in a relationship that they're losing their authenticity. So in other words, they feel in order to be in a relationship, they almost need to wear lots of different masks to make themselves acceptable to each other, because the expectations of each other is so high. And as soon as you wear a mask, what you're doing is you're preventing your true, real self from coming forward. And that immediately puts a block between you and the other person. And people are frightened. I found in my practice, people are quite frightened to just be fully embrace exactly who they are, because they're frightened that they might get rejected. So, from my side, I find that I coach people a lot in the power of authenticity to make sure that we have full-on connection, rather than, that's what we're after is full authentic connection. So I hope that's answered your question.
Yeah, definitely. And I know, Haley, you touched on that as well. So we'd love to jump to you, Dr. Joy. Thank you so much, first of all, for sharing your story about your son. So we'd just love to know how relationships affected you, and also in your practice, how you support your clients to leverage those around them.
That's a great question. So I love what you said, Sherry, about authenticity. And we're talking about relationships, but the very first relationship is to yourself. So you want to take some time to really drill down and begin to love yourself. And that happens in the frontal part of your brain, the higher part, not the lower part of your brain. That's why we do our retraining, to teach you how to go from your lower part to your higher part of your brain and live your life from that space. We call it the penthouse. So if you're living life from the penthouse, how would you be feeling? How would you be acting? What would you be doing? What would be important to you? So the first relationship is to yourself. Of course, because I'm a woman of faith, my first relationship is to God, and then self. Does that make sense? And then, because if you can nurture yourself, give to yourself, discover your authentic self, pick up on what Sherry was saying, then clearly you're able then to send that to others. Because at the end of the day, whether you're in a marital relationship or just any relationship, or relationship with your children, what they want is you. They don't want another version of you. They just want you. And a study was done recently where 17,000 children said, I don't want toys. I don't want Game Boys. I don't want any of that. Mommy, Daddy, I just want you. Just be there for me. That's what it's all about.
Definitely. I agree. And I love how you all touched on the importance of being authentic and showing up in your relationships in that way. And so I just want to make sure that we spend some time to sort of reflect on the times where maybe we don't quite feel ourselves. So whether stress is very overwhelming to us and leaves us very soft, very lost and overwhelmed. And so I just want to hear from all of you, if we find ourselves in those situations, what is typically the first step above all that you encourage your clients to take to at least get them started in the right direction? Because we all know that a little step here and there will take us far down a path that we deserve to be on. So we'd just love to hear what that first step is. We can start with you, Haley.
I love that question. One of the hats I wear is as your true happiness coach, and doing a lot of work with clients around trauma, anxiety, depression. The first step that I practice firsthand in being my own client always, and the first step I invite clients to take, is to acknowledge that we are carrot-minded. A carrot is a moment of joy that is put on purpose in your schedule every single day. so that there is a reason to come out of bed. There is a reason to survive past lunchtime. There is a reason to come through the workday and get to the evening, or to get through the week and come to the weekend. And when things are really hard, we don't want to practice toxic positivity and go right to, yeah, but the good news is, and the silver lining is. Yes, we want to get there, but we first want to allow ourselves the time and grace and space to be in our grief about how hard things are and whatever the feelings are that we're in at that moment. And yes, look towards finding our bright side and finding our pivot and finding our next steps, not to rush ourselves. So my number one encouragement would be, please, on purpose, schedule time in your day every single day for your carrot or moment of joy. It can be something as simple as a bath with Epsom salt and essential oil and your favorite music, or a chance to go on a lovely nature walk, or even just have a Zoom call with someone that lifts your spirits. Whatever it is for you, we can't wait for better to happen in our day. We have to insert better moments on purpose, and we have to guard them in our schedule like they are real, sacred, important appointments, and not book over top of them. Because when we want to get better, we have to also do better for ourselves, and you deserve joy every day. So Dr. Joy, boy, do I ever love your name, and my heart is so with you for your son. I'm sending you hugs from across the conference virtual room here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Haley. I love that. Just taking action to implement in your schedule what you hope to see have a ripple effect. So thanks for sharing that. What about you, Sherry? Any thoughts on a first step for folks who may feel overwhelmed and don't know which way to turn?
Yeah, I agree hugely with Haley about finding the joy in a day. And in fact, across the board, I have my clients every day finding time to do something special for themselves, even if it's a really little thing, because that helps with their self-worth. But if somebody is stressed, I also agree with not trying to put the plaster over the top of the wound and pretend everything is fine. And so a tool that I use a lot is the Enneagram, which is a personality test, where when we are under stress, the Enneagram shows us how we disintegrate. And I just so love that word. So stress comes into our life, and then we become aware of how we are likely to disintegrate. And just that knowledge, when the clients can see that, so someone else is feeling the same way or doing the same thing, it gives them huge peace of mind. And then from there, we start building. So that's how I deal with it.
I love that. Thanks so much. What about you, Sharon?
What you both said, I think that's not a coincidence that we're all here and we're so like-minded. Because I too, the same thing, especially like with Haley, my first go-to for myself and with my clients is first stop. I love the whole carrot dangling thing. First, just stop, hit the pause button, and with grace for self, take a day off, take an hour off, take what you need off for yourself so that you can reset and, just re-energize. And so much of what Haley has said is what I share with my clients. And interestingly, Sherry, what you're saying about the Enneagram, I do something similar, but not using that, where with my clients, they do a whole health and wellness wheel. And then we look at their strengths. They take these assessments, their strengths and their values. And with that, we go over things that have helped them in the past to get through those stressors, because we've all experienced them. And every time that we go through them, we think, wow, this is the worst. And we forget. So then we get to the next one. It's taking that step back and recognizing I've been through something similar. How did I handle that? How did I use my strengths? How did it, take me with my values to where I need to be? And to allow myself to, with grace, accept that I can change what I can change and to let go of the rest and just take some time off so that you can step away and know you're okay.
Yeah, I love that. The idea that as you move through life, you're bringing a better self to each situation just by the mere fact that you've been through experiences before. So thanks for sharing that. It's just definitely important to encourage yourself along the way.
Mm-hmm.
So to Dr. Joy, same thing. What would be a first step that you encourage clients to take when feeling lost and overwhelmed?
Well, like everybody has said, number first, recognize the awareness factor. Number one, I am overwhelmed. I am stressed. And then number two, the other thing, get into a place that's quiet. If you have to release, if you have to cry, do that first. And then the next thing you do is I teach mindfulness exercises. Mindfulness has been shown to increase the neuronal connections in the brain by 60%. So when done consistently, mindfulness really helps you to calm down, and to accept just where you are is fine. But then after the acceptance, have a plan as to where you're going. So those were the kind of things that I would share with my clients. I actually do that with my clients, particularly the veterans, because their brains are a little bit different when they come back from the war.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, everyone. And I do want to stress a couple of takeaways that I have from the result of this conversation. I know, Sharon, you mentioned that a lot of the similar sentiments were shared, but just the fact of when you go through personal struggles, it's important to acknowledge that that is in fact something that you're going through. It's very difficult to go through something unless you acknowledge what is the stressor in your life. Definitely utilizing the people around you to make sure that you have that support that you need. I know for myself, if there's great support around me, it can literally change the trajectory of your life. And you are not meant to go through any situation alone. And I love that we started this conference talking about personal development, because I know as ambitious people, sometimes the focus can be, how can we grow professionally? But we know that we're only our best selves if we fill our own cup. And so I just want to thank you ladies so much for your sentiments today. And we're so grateful for your contributions. I want to encourage the group as our participants to check out the booths of these ladies. And we thank you so much for your time, and excited to pass this back on to Jeff.
Hi there. Thanks so much, Janae. That was really great. And I really appreciate the topic of what people are going through these days, because I do believe there's a universal stress that people are experiencing in the world. And during those times, it can be difficult to forge your path ahead. The stress hormone cortisol is pumping through all our bodies when we're feeling nervous about what's going on, or worried about COVID or the economy or our jobs, or anything like that. So I definitely enjoyed Haley's comment of carrots. Find your carrots. I truly believe that's important, because we are motivated in life as well between the carrot and the stick. And it's important to know what your carrots are that move you.
Oh, hello. So, I've been thinking about everything that's been going on, because when I think about what we've been talking about in terms of the fire chat, and thank you so much, ladies, the personal development and speaking about relationships, it actually made me think a lot about self-leadership. And what I mean by that is how everything starts with us. Everything starts within. And that is what I feel was a common thread that was being weaved through the entire conversation, as the ladies were all speaking so poignantly about not only their own personal relationships and how they lead themselves, but how they also lead their clients, starting with that awareness, starting with that self-recognition about what is going on within. Because without that acknowledgement, without that awareness, and even that then willingness to take those next steps, you don't have much. Following that, then the wherewithal to take the various actions and reflections and implement the various action steps that they have spoken about. When I think about my own self, it makes me actually think a little bit about just even my journey and along the lines of what they're talking about in terms of personal relationships, but also then how you also then deal with overwhelm and all the craziness of life that's going on. It doesn't matter what walks of life you're in right now, what challenges you're facing, because we're all going through something, as it was very, very rightly pointed out. And it makes me think about some of the mistakes I've made in terms of trying to press through, trying to ignore what, basically not only just my heart, but my head is screaming. And in terms of, oh my goodness, working towards burnout and working and never stopping. But I recognize now that upon reflection, a lot of that was just covering up how I was feeling. Feeling the overwhelm, feeling the out of control, feeling the despair, all of those different things, and covering it up with, I'm okay, covering it up with busyness, deflecting, and as a result, not just being connected with others, but not even connected with myself. So connected internally, body, mind, and spirit. I cannot tell you how much it has meant to me to take those little pauses, to whether it is, if you want to talk about those carrots, I really like that analogy as well, but taking that time out for myself. And at times that actually has meant scheduling in time out, where I'm just going to get up and take a walk around, if I'm busy at work, or I'm going to just take that 5 minutes to sit in silence. I used to struggle with that a lot, in terms of one of those people that has to be on the go, doing something. And to sit in silence was weird. I don't know how else to say that, because I know for so many, in terms of mindfulness and in terms of stillness, all of that, many people are very well practiced. I'm here to tell you, I'm still on the journey. I'm still learning to take those pauses, to take those breaks, so I can show up and be my authentic self, so I can connect with other people from that heart to heart level, because that is what people want. Absolutely right. It's not about connecting to, go off and do something, whatever that might be. What for us, my husband and I, it might be movie night, but it's not about the action of movie night. It's about spending quiet time together and really, really connecting. It's just like how one of the ladies had mentioned, it's not about receiving, if you're a child, it's not about receiving a toy. It's about connection. It's about relationship. It's about your oneness. And that is, I think, so key to any of our movements forward, any of our, it's not even just growth. And when I say movements forward, I mean advancements, just personally, that also then does lead to the professional, as we will get into in our next day tomorrow. But as we are journeying together, I think all of us can relate to the wonderful pearls of wisdom that each of our panelists had shared with us, because all of us have experienced grief. All of us at some point have had relationship troubles. All of us have had some sort of challenges where we don't know how to connect with ourselves, much less anyone else. So I wanted to just say a major thank you to our Fire Chat ladies on personal development. And I have to say, coming away inspired as well, because those pearls of wisdom, those insights, those nuggets are all things that are universal, and we share collectively. So thank you.
I'm so in love with you. Whatever you want to do, it's alright with me. 'Cause you make me feel so brand new. And I want to spend my life with you. Let me say this is, baby, since I've been together. Ooh, loving you forever is what I need. Let me be the one you come running to. turn around and make up. I just can't deceive. You'd never do that to me, would you, baby? Saying about you is all I see. It's what I want us to last. We ought to stay together, loving you whether times are good or bad. Happy you say last. We stay together, loving you whether times are good or bad. Happy you say it. Oh, alright. Oh, darling, let's stay together, loving you whether times are good or bad. Happy you say let's stay together, loving you whether times are good or bad. Happy you say let's stay together, loving you whether times are good or bad. Happy you say let's stay together, together. Whoa, loving you whether times are good or bad. Happy you say good or bad. Happy you say oh good or bad. Happy you say yeah good or bad. Happy you say ooh, yeah. So be encouraged. In good times and bad times. Know that you can always rise up if you choose to. You're broken down and tired of living life like a merry-go-round, and you can't find the fighter, but I can see it, and we're gonna walk it out and move mountains. We're gonna walk it out and move mountains, and we'll rise up, rise at the day. We'll rise up, rise unafraid. We'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again, 1,000 times again. We'll rise up, rise like the wave, and we'll rise up. In spite of the aches, we'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again, 1,000 times again. For you, 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 for you. When the silence isn't quiet and it feels like it's getting harder to breathe, and I know you feel like dying, but I promise you will take the world to its feet and move mountains, take it to its feet and move mountains. We'll rise up, rise like the day. We'll rise up, rise unafraid. We'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again, 1,000 times again. We'll rise up, rise times again for you, 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 for you. All we need is hope, and for that we have each other, and for that we have each other, yes. We will rise, we will rise, we will rise, oh, yes, we'll rise, we'll rise up, high that day we'll rise up, rise unafraid, we will rise, and we'll do it 1,000 times again, 1,000 times again. We'll rise up, rise like the wind, we'll rise up, rise up the east, we'll rise up, and we'll do it 1,000 times again, 1,000 times again for you. For you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you, for you. Yes, we'll rise. Oh, we'll rise again and again and again. Oh, again.
Wow. Thank you, Acute Inflections. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. And now I have the great pleasure to introduce Spencer Conley. Spencer Conley is an inspirational professional speaker that not only inspires his audiences, but shows them how to put his talk into real-world action, encouraging them to not just dream big, but to wake up and live it. Spencer's touched lives all over the globe, and we are so blessed to have him here with us today. So please give it up with a big virtual welcome for Spencer Conley.
Well, thank you very much, man. I am extremely excited to be here and be a part of this event. I am super, super excited. Won't even waste any time. I want to get right into this. And I want to start with a simple, diverse conversation. Just sometimes we hear words and really don't dive into we have our own custom definitions of everything. And when I hear diverse conversation, I think diverse means different kinds, right? Multiple, more than one, different kinds, various kinds. And it's so funny, especially in America and also throughout the world. I see it everywhere. Even though we see so much diversity, we function as if there isn't any. So I want to establish that before we start talking about what foundational leadership is, we have to understand what diversity is for us to have a healthy conversation about it. Conversation, to informal interchange of thoughts. So if we're having an informal interchange of thoughts, we're all sharing thoughts and they shouldn't be beat down. And so when we think about how diverse America is, we shouldn't ever expect anything to be done one way. There's multiple ways of doing so many different things. Coming from a coaching background, an athletic background, we used to always say this: listen, everybody gets to write a book because everybody has a different way of doing amazing things. So when we're talking about foundational leadership, and from my book, Lead with LOVE, we have 5 key points that we're gonna touch on here in a little bit, but we have to start off with what it is to be foundational, how to build a foundation. A solid foundation is key to a successful life, to a successful business. No matter what you want to tie success to, the foundation must be solid, or it's going to be difficult to sustain long-term success, lasting success, success that means something, success that you can look back where you could see how you passed the torch on to others and how others were groomed from those things. We have to start to dive in to exactly what that is. Foundation has to be solid. When your foundation is solid, it's easier to start all over. You're never really starting over from scratch when the foundation is solid. The Titanic sunk, beautiful people, because the foundation wasn't solid. They were so focused on rushing the purpose just to be the first to get to America. They rushed the steel. It didn't cool properly, so it wasn't as strong as it should have been. And that was a huge contributing part of its demise, because at the foundation, she was not strong. So we have to establish a foundation and making sure that we have a strong one, because what we find in leadership, people are moved into positions before they're ready, before their foundation is completely solid. It happens. Somebody retires early, someone passes away, things shake up. Hey, you're the new guy, you're the new girl. And it doesn't mean that your leadership is where you'd want, because this is a lifelong journey. Leadership constantly evolve. As I evolve as a husband, as a father, as an American, as a man, as a Black man, as I evolve in all those different parts of my personality, my leadership changes. And it should advance. And the way I look at love, it should advance. And you can't be in leadership and not be a lover of people. You have to. You have to. You have to. It's extremely important, because love and leadership is so vast. And most of the time we hang on the parts that are comfortable for us, and we don't work on the difficult parts. So if someone says they love me and they're giving me and they're doing for me, I'm all good with that. But as soon as they tell me no, I don't look at that as love. And I'm thankful for that, to being almost 50 years old, that I had parents and other people that loved me enough to tell me no. I'm pretty sure more times than enough, them telling me no saved my life. And I'm extremely thankful for that. Foundational leadership, beautiful people. So when we look at the foundation, what are you going to find in the foundation? And lead with LOVE. L, listening. To be in leadership, you got to be a good listener. In any type of leadership, you have to be a good listener. If you're a son, if you're a mother, if you're a father, it's not just on your job, it's everywhere. We have to be better listeners. When you think about America, I really believe that we would be in a better place as a country if we were better listeners, if we listened to one another and just respected those views and went on about our business. I believe more marriages would be sustained if we were better listeners. A lot of the confusion that we see would be minimized if we were better listeners. 70%, here's some statistics, 70%, beautiful people, of your awake hours are done in communication. 70%, that's a lot. 70%, out of the 70%, 45 of it's done in listening. 45% out of 70, the majority of that is done in listening. Vital. It's vital. It's vital. It's vital for all of us to become better listeners and focus on what we're listening to. 70% of our awake hours listening. So just think about that. Even if you're not talking to somebody, the person next to you is talking to somebody, you hear that. You're listening when you read text. You're listening when you read email. Even though you're not verbally hearing it, you put a voice to it, even if it's your own when you're reading. It's not empty space. It's not empty space. It's important that we learn and understand the value of listening and showing respect to one another. Sometimes some people just want to be heard. They don't want to be the captain. They don't want to be in charge. They just want their efforts heard, respected, and understood. Some people just want to be heard. And in leadership, we have to do that. If we say we love somebody or we have love for something, we should want to listen to the ins and outs of it, to see how other people feel about it, to see how I could mature in this particular situation. It's just a conversation. We're just having a conversation. It is so important that we listen, not just to what we want to listen to, what other people are saying and thinking about anything. About anything, it's important to listen. Remember, I was told this when I was a very young boy, one mouth, two ears. Soak up and take as much as we can to everywhere that you're going. Listening, what you hear, how you retain it and process it is extremely important for your success. L-O. O. Observation. Observe. The extreme key in that and observe is to serve. But sometimes in leadership, on the job or in your home or anywhere else, people aren't watching to find ways to serve. They're watching to find ways to point out where you missed the mark. What are we watching? In leadership, the only thing that we're watching are ways to serve those that we lead, how we prepare to get them from A to B. I'm observing how I can pass the torch on to another life, to continue the things that really matter for humanity to be successful. That's what I'm paying attention to. That's why I watch you, to see how I can serve you, how I can fast track you, because there's a process and there's a journey. So if I could save you from making the mistakes that I made or getting stuck in fluff, this is why we watch people, not to micromanage, make them feel like they're less or inadequate and can't do their job or they're not a part. If we're watching somebody, we're building them up, we're loving on them, we're giving them the strength that they need to succeed and conquer anything in their life. What are you observing? What are we paying attention to? We really want to get better. We want to have a conversation. We want to have an informal interchange of thoughts. What are your thoughts on that? What are your thoughts on leadership? How do you see yourself? How does that pertain to you right now in this abbreviated time that we've had? Where are you at listening? Where are you at observing? Because all of this has to have a balance. If you're only a good listener amongst your peers and at your job and you struggle at home, that's not success. That's not success, because these principles, these foundational principles have to be present everywhere. It's the foundation. You just don't put it in the corner of the foundation or in the middle of the foundation. You saturate the foundation with everything that it needs to be strong and sturdy. And it's very important, beautiful people, that we become amazing listeners, that we want to listen, that we stop getting in such a hurry to do nothing that we don't listen. And there's a lot of that going on. We're in such a hurry to do nothing that we can't pay attention to another life until we need them. And that's a very sad thing. That's the lack of value of life, is the only time you focus on a life is when you need it. There's no humanity in that. And that lacks leadership. What are we paying attention to? How are you observing one another, your communities? That's leadership. That's leadership. It's simply one thing. I'm going to give it to you right here while we're in the middle. Leadership is influence. You can influence others with how you listen and how you pay attention to them. You can influence others with how you observe them. The streets are always watching, like the young people say. Somebody sees everything, and your influence should mean so much to you because you know that it has the opportunity to change and affect somebody's life. We got to protect that. Vision. Anybody out there have a vision? Vision is super strong. This is how I connect. I hear so many people struggling with connecting with workers, with young people, through the pandemic time, or they just struggle. Listen, you're always going to struggle connecting people and getting them to buy into vision when you, number one, you don't know what their vision is. And number two, if you don't build and connect the relationship with them. It's very, very difficult. It's very, very difficult. It's hard for people to get out of bed and go to work to places and be around people who don't show any concern for them outside of the job. And that's how I'm able to connect. That's how I was able to connect with kids through the pandemic. You have to know a little bit more about them than just the sports. So many sports coaches struggle. Oh, we can't get kids out. Okay, but those same kids that you have every day, you don't know anything else about them other than sports? And if you don't, that's why you can't connect. If you don't know anything else about the person that sits next to you on your job, other than the fact that they sit next to you on your job, then you're gonna struggle connecting. You're not gonna know how amazing they could be or how amazing that individual could be to assisting you in your vision, because there's several going on at one time. So when I see somebody at their job, at the workplace, or in a sports environment, I'm present in a sports environment. I don't have to talk about that particular vision right now. I have the opportunity to dive deeper. Hey, son, young lady, how's this thing going? Do you still want to go to Stanford, or has your mind changed? I'm probing the other vision. Wow, hey, man, coach, remember that. I can't believe he asked me about that. Now I'm able to connect. One vision allows me to connect, to push all the rest. It allows you to have a conversation, especially for people who are in leadership, who are introverts. This is where introverts are able to interject themselves by simply finding out other personal things about people. And that's how you say, good morning. Hey, good morning. Hey, yo, how's your kids doing? Senior year, right? You only got one more to graduate. So many different ways that we can connect and be able to push people in their vision. Showing up at someone's job, asking them about a personal vision could motivate them at work. Motivating somebody in a personal, in a work situation could motivate them to finish doing something at home. Use it. It's so vast. It's so vast. These principles are so vast, and we don't think about them. We don't think about these principles. We don't think about how they affect people's lives, how we look at vision. What's ours? It's so unclear. What's America's vision other than Disneyland and pro sports and entertainment? What's our vision for our people? When you think about that, you see how this conversation needs to be had, because it's okay for us to be diverse in culture. It's not okay for us to be ignorant in culture when we have so many people around us and the majority of us all have the same vision. We want to be successful to whatever degree success falls in our lap. We want to see our family successful. We want to live a good life and have fun doing that. We have to do a better job in leadership in pulling people from A to B. All these principles have to be built on. So when I have one vision in this, when I'm good at one thing, my idea is that it'll make me better somewhere else, because it's important. Everywhere I don't get better, that situation suffers, that vision suffers, that individual suffers. All of it's corporate. It's all corporate. It all applies to everything. We can apply this everywhere. We can't do it if we're not good listeners. We'll find ourselves wandering in the wilderness. If we're just walking around the way most people do today, right? If we're just doing this, we're not observing. We're not paying attention to where we're going. And an accident is soon to happen. And when we don't stay on our task, stay focused on our vision, next thing you know, we look up and we end up somewhere that we don't want to be. We look up and we end up somewhere that we don't want to be. This is extremely important, that we have a foundation, that you have expectations right now on what it is to be in leadership or from a leader. It doesn't make somebody perfect, but I know when I go to somebody in leadership, I expect, I shouldn't feel uncomfortable about going to someone and have to worry about whether they're going to listen to me or not. If you're in leadership and people are intimidated by you, that's error. That's error. People should be able to come to you and talk to you and feel like they can get some things off their chest so they can move forward and be successful. Don't treat people like, hey, here comes Sally again, or here comes John again with the same old, same old. Okay, just hold out for it to be different this one time. It's super important. It's very important that we do that. It's very important. And I keep going back to it because I want us to understand as we continue to build into this. 70% of your awake hours, 70% is done in communication, 45 is done in listening. I sure hope you see how powerful that is. So if we're missing it, not listening, and then we're missing it in what we're observing, then how do we set a solid and positive vision to move forward and be successful? How's that taking place? And if it is, it's not taking place at a very good rate because we have custom definitions and, oh, I'm listening to you, or, we're waiting to finish people's sentences. Being quiet isn't listening. Being quiet is being quiet. Listening is listening. I'm processing everything that's coming out of your mouth so I can gain understanding so we can get the best outcome. Sitting still, being quiet, just waiting to jump in to speak is not listening. Because when you're listening, sometimes you realize, you know what? There's nothing for me to say other than to take this and to listen. And when they're finished, for me to grow up and move forward and just be the best that I can be. Sometimes it's not even for us to say anything. We have to learn. I've had to learn that. These are principles that I didn't just dream of. I functioned and struggled in all these at some time and some point in my life and still battle. Have to be reminded of my own work. I always said when I wrote the book, I wrote it for me first, because I understood everything that made me successful. Every time I got pulled out of hurt, it was because I was listening. Every time I had the opportunity is because it was something that caught my eye, that I was focusing, that I was observing, starting to follow and focus the right example on how to do things. I had to look at what I was observing and why. And then evaluate if the thing that I'm observing is healthy. Is that healthy for my success? Is that helping me grow as a man? Is that making me a better husband? Does that make me a better father? Those things are important because of the thing that I'm observing. If it's not doing that, they lack value. And corruption in your listening and your observing part of your leadership will definitely corrupt the vision, because then an individual will attempt just to place a vision that's for themselves. And when people don't understand it, it's difficult for them to move quickly and expedite things that they don't understand. And we have to do a better job at fixing and setting the table for those around us, and for those who will come after us, anything that we're involved in. Leaders are supposed to be preparing those that they're around to pass the torch to them, for them to move on and continue to be successful. E is double struck. The E is double struck. Didn't want to make it LOVEE. To me, both of them tie in the same, and that's encouragement and educate. When I'm encouraged about something, I'm educated. When I'm educated about something, I'm encouraged. I'm a severe dyslexic, so the more I learn about things when I was younger and struggling with reading, even now, the more I learn, I'm extremely excited. No matter what avenue I had to learn that through, no matter how hard that road was, it became invaluable for me to continue to educate myself on my field, on who I am, on who I want to be, And when I looked at that and I was able to measure myself, I was able to see, man, to be encouraged. Wow, you're doing better in these particular areas. You're moving forward in this particular area. You're getting better in that. You know what? That's pretty good. You need to learn more of that. Go get more education over there. Stay educated. Stay educated, which means stay current. Stay current. Beautiful leaders, because here's the reason why we have to stay current. Because what was good for your mama and daddy and for you might not be good for this next generation. And we're so diverse, we're so different, we understand and see so much change, yet we regret it. And all we do is constantly, and we're supposed to be torch passers. All we do, everybody's guilty of it to some degree. All we do is put a wedge between us and these younger generations. That's all we do. Oh, it wasn't like that when I grew up. Oh, this ain't my work. Things are so different. All these young people, listen, everybody needs. I was in need. You were in need. All of us were in need. And yes, the world is different. The world was different in 72. When I was born in 72, it was different in 72 than it was in 52. And it was different in 32 than it was in 52. Things change. We are supposed to be progressive. We are supposed to keep up with time. We're not supposed to get to a place just waiting to die. We are constantly forward in our leadership, because even in death, there's an example. And I've learned that here recently. I've learned that in an amazing way. It's how you finish your race. And everything, we are forward until we exist no more. And is it important for us to move forward, to pass the torch the right way? We got to get better at listening, beautiful people. We got to be careful of what we're observing. We have to understand what the vision is. We have to ask questions. You have to probe. And we have to continue to encourage and educate ourselves. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to love on you guys and just to give you some encouragement and wisdom. Build your listening skills. Focus on what you're paying attention to, what you're observing, what you're putting into your eye gate. Establish your vision and stick to it. It's not just you that's going to get, you birthed the idea. You got to go get amazing people to get it done. And you have to be able to articulate that vision to them, and you have to allow them to be a part of it so they feel good of why they're there. And the whole way, encourage and educate the people that you are responsible for. And I thank you very much for my portion of this amazing, diverse conversation. And I'm just super excited. And if you guys have any questions, feel free. I'm most definitely prepared to answer.
Thank you so much, Spencer. That was really great. And I got to say, I love the acronym of LOVE, because everything you were talking about has a basis in love. I mean, these are all loving acts, really, to be a great listener, to observe and act on what you serve. I love how you pulled that out of observe. Your vision, courage, and education. So I really like that. I got notes here. I wrote it down. I'm going to use it.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I swear I won't take it as my own and say that I wrote that. No, that was Spencer. That was really good. I appreciate that very much. I did have a couple of questions roll in here, and I had one too. And some of these may be tough, but I was thinking about what you were talking about with a solid foundation to start your successful life. I think a lot of people, they are unsure how to know if they're starting on a solid foundation. Is there any clues you could give us to how maybe we can know to measure ourselves to know we are on a good start?
Yes, to understand, to establish that progress is a process. No process, no progress. And we are in a very fast world. We want our success to update as fast as our iPhone does. Okay. And so we understand that, but it's a process. So in goal setting, when you establish what you want to do, take baby steps in getting there. And most of us, when I do positive mindset assessments, when you ask people to close their eyes, envision themselves being successful, And then I say, okay, now when you see yourself living that dream, raise your hand. Immediately after I ask that question, hands will start going up. I can see myself. I can see myself. I can see myself. Then I said, so while those hands are up, I said, okay, guys, did you see yourself doing that after you lost somebody? Because sometimes that becomes an excuse on finishing success. Oh, I was on my way to do that, but when daddy died, you know what? Okay. Or whatever else we want to put on the table to come up with reasons. That's not an excuse. That's an adjustment. Don't use it as an excuse. Daddy died. That's a part of life. You have to make an adjustment for you to still continue on with yours. But those things become tough for certain people. Oh, okay, well, I don't have all the right people, and then that becomes an excuse for why we don't become and move forward in success. We just have to stay the course and understand that there's a process to being successful. And when you get in that process, the foundation of it has to be with love, loving yourself, the purpose of why you're doing it, and those around you. I hope I answered your question, brother.
Yeah, that was great. And it's true about baby steps. I think that we get caught up, and this happens in the media and in movies. We love the go big or go home thing, and people get thrown off sometimes. They have this big plan, but it is a process. Like you said, it's small steps along the way. I mean, I am a tiny habits coach, and that's something I work with people all the time. It's creating those little tiny movements in life that are the little ripples in the pond that can build up to bigger things later on, but it's all part of the process. And like you said, life's going to throw you a curveball all the time. There's going to be friction. There's going to be heat, but without pressure and heat, you don't get a diamond. That's how it works,
Absolutely.
I'm not saying it's fun. Those parts are not fun, but it's not all fun. It can't be.
It's not purpose for that, right? That's exactly. I don't think we would ever really properly appreciate and respect the sacrifice that it takes to being successful if it was all fun, if it was all what people initially expect. And here it is. It's not fun for some people, brother, because they didn't realize that they weren't the only one that wanted to be successful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
you see me, or the only one that wanted that one particular thing. And so now it goes from you wanting to be successful to being willing to fight to be successful.
Yeah, absolutely.
To make that sacrifice. So it goes, there's levels to it. And like you say, you get there at a much faster rate by staying the course and taking baby steps.
Thank you. Okay, here's a question for you. What if someone never thought of vision before? This is new for them. How do they begin to know what their vision is?
Oh, that's a great question. I love that. I absolutely love that. It's taking time and not rushing. Where do you see yourself? What do you fit in? What are some of the things that you never have to think about getting up and doing every day? And seeing how you want to end your life, and then start to prepare the vision around that, around the things that move you. And listen, I want to be real clear. I'm so glad this question was asked, because this is what happens. So many people are going to the grave because they're doing what they're good at and not what they're purposed to do. There's some easy things that you're good at, but it doesn't mean that's what you're purposed to do. I can cut hair. Okay, there's a lot of other things that I could do. I could go back and coach football. That's not what I'm purposed to do. And that's a difficult thing. It's a difficult thing for some people to see that, to scratch and scrape with that unknown. But you have to find the things that touch your humanity and figure out, how do I fit in here? And then get solid people in your life to help you do your vision, not their version of your vision. Get people to help you do your vision. And this is why I try to keep so much close to my chest, especially nowadays, because my entire life I've been told by everybody in it how to be Spencer. No matter who it was from, they're not.
Yeah.
Even though my mother named me, she doesn't live this life. That doesn't make me her. That doesn't put me in a position to live my mother's vision. everything that she was cut short on, everything she wasn't able to fulfill, everything that she might have wanted to see her son, because this Spencer Connolly was creating and developing his own personality that could be completely different from mama. So when you're establishing what your vision is, be careful on getting people that love you enough to see your dream and vision come through and not their version of it. Extremely, extremely important.
That is so true. The people you surround yourself with are going to have such a dramatic impact on that, because we are relating with everyone around us, and we might want to please the people around us, but if they're maybe not the correct group of friends, it's okay to break up with friends at some point in life, because maybe your vision and your purpose has moved on.
Yeah. And that's part of change. Come on, there's nothing but adults on this call. None of y'all look like what you look like in high school. Quit playing.
Thank God.
And you know what, brother? But you know what? But that's the like the ignorance and the deception in our behavior. You're looking at change every day, refusing to embrace it.
True.
We have to do something about that. You see it physically, you see it sometimes. And if you don't see it physically, you still feel it. You know you're not a teenager anymore. So you see the change. Not all of it's bad. Not all of it's bad, but we're so bombarded with change, somehow a large vast of us miss it, block it out, don't want to deal with it. You know what I mean? We hate it. And this is true. And I'm not saying this to be funny. I'm saying this to help somebody that's listening right now. For so long, I'm a 70s baby, growing up, just for sake of conversation. I'll ask a woman what her age is. She doesn't want anybody to know. Oh, you don't ask a woman her age? Why? Why are you so unhappy with being able to say that you lived that long?
Right. You've made it far. You've been excellent.
Right. Because I just happen to know there's some countries in this world to where the life expectancy is less than 40 years old. So, and when you value life to be able to say, hey, that I live 30, that I'm 40, that I'm 50, that I'm 60, whatever, we all want to be, not all of it. I always put myself into everything, even if it's not me, because I'm no better than the weakest person that I'm rolling around. So I have to take that on. That's what leadership does. It becomes that responsibility. I don't have to be the one to drop the ball, but if I'm on the team, I have to speak up for that. And we have to do better at that. We got to get to the place to where we're excited about who we are and what we are, and just get better at that.
I got a question about purpose, because this is a challenge for so many people. And I like what you said about you could be good at a lot of things, and that doesn't mean that's necessarily your purpose. What are some ways to peel down the onion to find out what your real purpose in life is?
Like, it's so many paths. It's just, when you know. And what happens is when you feel it, you get scared and stay comfortable. When you feel it, what you do, go at that time and go get a team or get another individual that can help you and walk you through those baby steps, because that's where you're supposed to be. The unknown. Let me tell you something. I'm glad this is adults. This is adults, and I want you guys to hear this. From the time that we were teenagers, okay, and before, how many risks, brother, did you take that you had no business taking? Okay. Okay, no, I can be. You see what I mean? So look at that. We will jump in to everything we have no business to jumping into, and then be hesitant to get to where we're supposed to be. No matter how old you were, when you connected with the opposite sex, you weren't ready for that.
No.
Your hormones were, but everything that comes with that, you weren't ready for that. All the possibilities that come with that, you weren't ready for that. But we jumped in anyway.
Very young because of that.
And we jumped in anyway, head first, both feet, didn't complain about it. We were ready to crash and burn.
Yep.
Right?
Absolutely.
But to be successful and to live something amazing, we want to be hesitant about that. Why are we still waiting for people to say it's okay? Nothing would get done. We wouldn't have a whole lot if we were waiting for everybody to get on board and waiting for everybody for it to be okay for everybody. Live you, beautiful people. Do the best that you can do with the amazing, limited time that you have on life. It should be impactful. It should be impactful. Prepare yourself to pass the torch. That's what your purpose is, no matter what it is. Your purpose is to connect with people and pass the torch, give something that continues to build and strengthens humanity. And don't be afraid of that.
Here's a question that goes back to what we were talking about with vision. And this is a good one. What if someone has a vision, but at the same time, they're conflicted? They feel like it's unattainable.
Either it is or it's not. It's not that it's unattainable. It's, are you willing? See, let me tell you something. Once most people find out, listen, Gene Stalin told me this. When you think of most, right? If we're talking from 0 to 10, to me, when I hear most out of 10, I would say that would be 8 out of 10. That's most. It's almost all of it. It's most. Most people don't want to be successful bad enough to do what it takes. They want successful bad enough to do this, but that's the easiest part about it. What did that take? Who wants to be successful? Who wants $1 million? Who wants the house on the hill? Which one of y'all want to be Beyonce? You see, we don't mind that. But the next step is the work, brother. And the majority of people don't want to do the work. The next step is the work. So those who fall in love with everything about it, the process, man, I love this, everything about it. And we don't do that. So the majority of people don't want that sacrifice. It's like when you ever heard somebody say, oh, I love you, but not that much. I love you, but not enough to give you my last Snickers. You see what I mean? So we can do that. But once we continue to find out what the sacrifice is where a lot of people, where the numbers start to change.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. And so it's not that people don't want to be successful, but when you say you want to do a couple of things, I understand what that means. And I understand what the sacrifice is. So I don't have to say anything to you. I just look at the work ethic. When kids tell me they want to play in college, my ears perk up. Okay, let me see the work ethic. No, son, you don't want to play in college. I thought you said you did, but you don't. You said you did, but you don't, because that effort is not the effort that goes to college and play. That effort is not the effort that goes to Hollywood and makes it. That effort is not the effort that goes to college, says you're going to graduate, you're going to be an engineer, you're going to, not that effort. That effort doesn't work at NASA. That effort cannot handle a political arena. No, we have to understand, we have to teach our babies to understand the sacrifice that they have to make. We don't do that. We just stop at appeasing and telling them that they can be anything they want. They can't. You have the opportunity to attempt to be what you want, but there's just something like honey, just come on. Still, it's been a while since the 80s. We have seen a few people that are close, but you haven't seen the next Michael Jordan. You haven't seen somebody like, okay, this is the guy that's going to kill the conversation on who's the best of all time. You haven't seen that.
It's true.
We haven't seen. We have you see what I'm saying? Because when people find out what that sacrifice is, and sometimes it's built through trauma. When we understand that, because it was trauma for Michael Jordan, it was trauma for Jerry Rice. But channeling that energy the right way is what we have to focus on. When Michael Jordan got cut as a freshman, at that time, he knew it would never happen again. If he separated from something, he made up in his mind it was going to be his choice. Think about that. We see it everywhere. We just have to do a better job of sharing it and tapping in.
You know, I remember recently reading that we've become a society somewhat that avoids pain. We'll do anything for comfort. Like that is that is unfortunately one way we've evolved a bit. And we're so used to numbing out in front of the TV or numbing out on the internet or numbing out, and we're avoiding the pain and the work that you mentioned. To get to where you got to be, you need to face it. You can't just anesthetize your brain by scrolling through Facebook all day. You're not going to get there. You have to put in the work. And that's the battle these days for a lot of our kids.
It is. It is. We have to do a better job with having the right conversation. If we say we love our kids, and then when our kids have a bigger influence than we ever had, you tell your kids something, they walk out of your door or they get on a device that contradicts everything that you said. But then we want to half raise them, and then we have expectations for them. We can't do that.
Get up, stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up, don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up, don't give up the fight. Preacher man, don't tell me heaven is under the earth. I know you don't know what happens with the word. It's not all that glitters is old. Half the story has never been told. So now you see the light. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Most people think great God will come from the sky, take away everything and make everybody feel high. But if you know what life is worth, you look for yours on earth. So now you see the light. Well, stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Yeah. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. No. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. We're sick and tired of an easy skizzy game. Down go to heaven in Jesus' name, Lord. We know what we understand. Almighty God is a living man. You can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. So now you see the light. What you gonna do? Stand up for your rights. Yes. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Come on, get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight now. So get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Don't give up the fight. No, no. It's up to you. It's up to me. We've got to be the change we want to see in the world. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Fight, 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 fight. Keep fighting, everyone. Well, he thinks that's a little bit. Oh, never know much I love you. Never knows much I care. When you put his arms around me, I get a fever that's so hard to bear. You give me a fever when we're kissing, a fever when you hold me tight. Fever, yes, in the morning, fever all through the night. Sun lights up the daylight, moon lights up the night. I light call my name, and you know I'm gonna treat you right. You give me fever when we kissing, a fever when you hold me tight. Fever, yes, in the morning, a fever all through the night. Well, everybody's got the fever. That is something that you won't know. Fever isn't such a new thing. Fever started long ago. Yes. Oh, I got an example for you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, Romeo loved Juliet. Juliet, you felt the same. When he put his arms around her, he said to Julie, baby, you're my flame. I'll give fever. When we kissing a fever with the blaming you. Fever, yeah, summer fire. Fever, yeah, I burn for soup. Yeah, yeah, yes. Oh, I got an example for you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Ooh, Captain Smith, the Pocahontas had a very mad affair, yes. When the daddy tried to kill him, she said, Daddy, whoa, don't you dare, he gives a fever. When we kiss in the fever, when you hold me tight. Fever, yeah, Summer Smith says, Daddy, won't you treat him right? Now you listen to my story. Here's the point that I must make. Chicks are born to give you fever. Be it Fahrenheit to centigrade, they give you fever. When you kiss them, fever when you live and learn. Fever, till you says, oh, what a lovely way to burn. Whoa, 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 what a lovely way to burn. What a lovely way to burn. Da, 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 da. Oh, fever.
I just love it. I don't know why I am the one who has the pleasure of grooving and following you two next on stage, but man, I just love it. Can't say enough about acute inflections. Just a few words from me, and it is about my why and why we're here today. This event for me is something very, very special. It's deeply personal along with the professional. And the reason I say that, it's because it's me finally stepping out and recapturing dreams. I'm going to take you back to last summer. And everybody knows what was going on then, the pandemic. And yes, it's still raging. But that's the time I launched my coaching business. Through a whole bunch of criticisms and a lot of people wondering what the heck I'm doing and all of that sort of stuff. But the biggest thing that I knew at that time, that the biggest myth in life is that we have all the time in the world. If there's one thing that we have certainly come to know, that is not true. And the other thing I knew was that I've always dreamed about having my own business. And I couldn't even tell you exactly when that dream started. I just know it started in childhood. I also know that I couldn't even tell you what it is I wanted to do, but I knew it started in childhood because those early seeds, those early aspirations, they were actually planted by watching my dad. He's a structural engineer. He used to come home and oh man, you'd see these drawings and all these different things on the kitchen table and all the architectural stuff that I didn't have any clue at the time what I was looking at. But what I knew when I saw all those drawings, and especially that it was summertime, I knew we were about to go on a road trip. Because my dad used to take my brother, my sister, and I out in the summer to the various sites that he had in terms of his inspections and all that sort of thing. So I equated seeing those drawings and summertime with road trips. And I have to tell you, it seems strange, but that really sparked my imagination, because when we went on those road trips, he used to pack us all, if you can imagine this, I don't know, post 70s beast of a car, Chrysler Cordoba, for those of you that know what that looks like. And he used to have us three in the back seat. We were strapped in. We had our gummy bears, our chips, our dolls, in my brother's case, his cars. And he would go down the highway and there'd be no one else on the road. And so we'd have this sense of adventure. You know, we're heading out into the unknown, at least it was to me at the time. And it was fun. At times he'd hit the gas and we'd launch back in our seats because, you know, he'd punch it a little bit and we were small. And it was just like taking off on a rocket ship. And we'd be screaming, you know, things like Doba Power along to go with the car. And just as we were launching. So if you could imagine that scene, because if I tell you, if I had a bird's eye view of what we looked like, I would explain it a little bit better. But I have to tell you, those days were packed of fun. They were packed full of adventure. And they were basically planting those seeds, because it seemed to me, at least at the time, all of that equated to things that were bigger, they were brighter, they were things that were forming, because we were then going to go to the site and see how all those squiggly lines on a piece of paper all came together. So it also meant capturing something that is going to be brought forth to life. So I've always had those seeds. And yes, having all that experience framed in driving down the highway, the Canadian prairies and the mountains, and, you know, just seeing how beautiful all that was. It was just a convergence of beauty and inspiration and all of those sorts of things. And I actually wanted to do something like that. I wanted to maybe not get up at the crack of dawn and do a road trip or anything like that, but I wanted to create and have that kind of fun and have that kind of energy and that sort of thing. So it might seem a little bit strange to you to hear that that isn't what I did. I actually am a criminologist trained by trade, and I did that at the master's level. Part of why I did that is because I actually thought I was going to go into criminal law and have my own law firm, and that was going to be my path. That's a whole other story, because I pivoted big time from that and actually fell into a mental health career for 25 years. I can't tell you that I didn't enjoy my career and I'm not blessed by my career. I've met a great number of wonderful people, from clients, patients, and fellow staff members. But what I know is this: I fell into the trappings of playing it safe, wanting a safety net, buying into the societal expectations of what success means in terms of all of that. And I stayed away from my dreams for 25 years. So, like I said, I wouldn't trade that for the world, because I also know, looking back, that, you know, when you're a child and you're having that curiosity and that faith and that trust and all that sort of thing, that's what childhood is all about. And I also know childhood is a time when you're inspired and you think you can be anything and anyone. And actually, when I think about childhood, it actually reminds me of Jim Rohn. He's that master speaker and motivator who always reminds us that there's 4 things that we should never forget when it comes to being like a child and incorporating that into our lives. And that's the excitement, that's the faith, that's the curiosity, and that's the trust. And that powerful combination is what inspires and what motivates us to do great things. And so as I go along in my journey and I reclaim my childhood dreams and those dormant seeds that I actually thought were crushed, not even just dormant, I've stepped into that by launching my professional coaching career, stepping into that by a few months later, meeting the mastermind that's helped put this event together, Gracie Jones. I want to give a shout out now, meeting all of the great, wonderful speakers and coaches and entertainers that you've met today. Without stepping out, none of that would have happened. I would not be the much more richer personally and professionally for what I've gained by doing that. And I have to say this, the biggest thing that I have gained is that sense of purpose, that sense of growing together, that sense and linking arms and walking alongside others that have the same shared values and beliefs and goals, and walking towards just inspiring and having others fulfill their dreams and helping them do the same thing, reaching their potential, because that's what life is all about. It's about going after your dreams. It's no matter what your views of success are, chasing it, going after it, because all of that is deeply personal. How we define that is deeply personal, and it looks different for everyone. It's an inspiring, exciting journey filled with opportunities left, right, and center. So the only thing I can say and leave you with is this. Are you dreaming? Are you dreaming big? Are you going after your dreams? Because I sure know I am. Anyway, enough about that. I am going to bring on Janae Bell. She was our moderator earlier with our fire chat. And before I do, I am going to read a little bit of a bio for her. So, Janae is a coach, speaker, and trainer in the self and business development space. She supports individuals and organizations looking to operate in the international, strategic, and optimum way. Janae graduated from the illustrious Harvard University with a degree in economics and psychology. She utilizes her social science background and consulting experience to help provide clients with tactical tools and resources necessary to gain clarity of their goals and to accomplish them. Janae's current roles include, number one, operating her business coaching business, which is ONS Coaching. Number two, working as a director of human capital at Acaletics. I hope I pronounced that right, Janae. And number three, serving as an alumni interviewer for Harvard University Office of Admissions. Impressive, impressive. Prior to her current roles, Janae was a management consultant at a top consulting firm and served as a student recruiter for Broward County, Florida, as an official representative of Harvard University. And so I am bringing on Janae to talk to us about coaching and about life and about goal setting, relationship building, interviewing, and so much more. And I'll leave it to you, Janae.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Denise, for having me. Today, I do want to talk about how we can live our life with joy and intention. And so I'm just going to go ahead and share my screen very quickly, and then excited to get started. And something that I want to know is, up until early last year, this was not how I was living. I always felt like I was the poster child of person in crisis. So I didn't know what I liked. I didn't know what I disliked. And I felt like this was seeping into my relationships. So I noticed that I was going with the opinions and preferences of other people because I didn't feel like I had a firm foundation of my own to stand on. And one thing that really intrigued me by people is I always noticed that there were people who had such conviction about their lives. So they would wake up early in the morning and know exactly how they wanted to start their day or knew what laid out in front of them. And I remember being most intrigued by people who knew what they wanted to do professionally since they were a little kid. And I felt like I was surrounded by these people. I had siblings, I had cousins, I had friends who always knew that they wanted to be doctors, lawyers, or CEOs. And I was exponentially more inspired by these people the more specific those dreams were. So not only did they know that they wanted to be a doctor, but they knew that they wanted to be an orthopedic surgeon, let's say. Or not only did they know that they were super creative, but they knew that they wanted to be a wedding photographer at destination weddings. Whatever it was, I was so intrigued by people who were very specific about their dreams because that wasn't something that I resonated with at the time. And so I remember my lack of clarity and indecision really being illuminated for me when I was applying to college. So when I applied to college, each college application presented me with a couple of options of different majors that I wanted to study when I got there. So I was asked to sort of identify what my desired college major would be. And I remember being relieved every time I saw my favorite option, which was undecided, because it was definitely something that I resonated with at the time. And I was so grateful to loved ones that always assured me that it was no big deal that I didn't know what I wanted to do. But I remember feeling a little panicky whenever I was presented with that option. And so when I did have to make a preliminary choice and undecided was not presented to me, I always decided to choose an option that felt very broad and vague. And so that would give me opportunities to explore and didn't feel quite definitive. So I remember picking majors like business or management so that I felt like I could pivot into a more specific career later down the line. And I actually took this same broad approach going into my career and when I was in college, where now looking back, I realized that I didn't want to make such a bold, specific decision because I didn't want to go too far down a path that I would look up and realize wasn't for me. Because as I mentioned, I felt like I was surrounded by people who were so energized by their careers. And I was so fearful that that wouldn't be a reality for me that I was willing not to make a choice at all. So again, I went into college and I landed upon studying economics and psychology, which I so enjoyed. And one of the things that intrigued me were so many subtopics under each discipline that I could take and explore. And then I gravitated to a career in management consulting. And if you all are familiar with the profession, you know that this is an explorer's playground. And so to kind of give some background, every 1 to 3 months, I was actually presented with a whole nother project with a different client, a different industry, in a different city. So I was essentially being told what to be passionate about every 1 to 3 months, which took a lot of weight off of my shoulders when it came to making that decision for myself. But what I didn't realize is under my subconscious, my life was being written in a way without my active involvement. And it was becoming a life that was gradually becoming much more exhausting. And so to give you sort of a screenshot of what that life looked like, I remember I was working about 60 to 80 hours a week. I was probably on about 2 to 3 flights a week. I remember thinking if I went to bed before 1 a.m., it was kind of a miracle. I was eating out more than I ever had before. And I felt like I was in a different doctor's office every month to talk about the mental and physical toll it took on my body. And so I knew that something had to give. And so the first thing that I decided to give was my career. And so I officially resigned in February of 2020. And as you all know, that was very shortly before the world turned upside down. And so I didn't know what to do. And, but I knew that I was presented with a new opportunity and I felt like I was back at applying to college, given the opportunity to select undecided. But I wanted to take this opportunity to be much more bold with the decisions I was handing because I wanted to be more intentional about the life that I lived. And so I was grateful for this blank slate. And so today I want to talk about 5 practices that I've implemented that is now helping me to facilitate a life that I'm intentional about and one that brings me a lot of joy. And so the first thing that I did was to acknowledge the choices that I made to this point is the reason why I'm here. So both big and small, subconscious and unconscious, all the choices that I've made is why I was in this situation. And so I wanted to look at this with grace and not be hard on myself, but I wanted to realize that I had more power than I realized. And so the fact that the choices that I've made to this point is the reason why I'm here, I can make new choices to get myself to a place that I want to go. And so although I felt very overwhelmed and lost and didn't know which way to turn, I felt empowered by the fact that my choices are the reason why I'm here today. I can make different choices to be where I want to be in the future. And something that I want to know that I've realized during this time is that I wanted to pay attention to the choices that I didn't realize that I was making, or the choices that were more subconscious. So these choices could be things like staying in a job idly for 10 to 15 years because it's something you've always been doing, or staying in a relationship for a super long time because you feel very comfortable. These are still choices. And I think those were some of the most deceiving choices that I'm glad that I now realize that I need to take pulse checks in my life to realize what are some things that are more autopilot, because those are often the choices that, again, leave us puzzled when we look up at our lives and look around. The next thing that I did was I wanted to make sure to take care of my body and my mind, because I realized that both of these things were vessels for me to live a long and healthy life and to be one that I can be intentional about. And so I wanted to make sure that I started small so that these changes were sustainable. And so one of the best things that I implemented was going to bed at the same time every night and waking up every morning so that I made sure I got a great 8 hours every day. Some other habits that I implemented was drinking a lot of water. During the pandemic specifically, my family can advocate for me. I was always outside. So I had the pleasure of spending some time in Florida where the weather is nice all year round. And so I got a lot of sunlight and I took a lot of great walks. And then as I did these healthy habits, I actually gained more energy to implement some more habits. So I started to work out more. I tried some fun recipes to cook. And I was just really energized to live a life that was reflective of the new energy that I had. And it made it much easier for me to live a life that I was intentional about because I actually had the energy to do so. The next thing that I did was, in order to live a life with intention, I had to know what direction I was going in. And so the easiest way for me to do that was to identify 3 to 5 areas of my life that I could focus on and that are most important to me so that I can make decisions that are reflective of these new priorities. And so to kind of share that with you all, my top 5 at this time are my faith, having fulfilling relationships in my life, having an enjoyable career, financial freedom, and then dance. I've been dancing since I was about 8 years old, and I know that's something that brings me a lot of joy. And in the panel earlier today, we talked about the importance of prioritizing joy. So I wanted to make sure to involve that in my top 5. And so looking at this list, something that I want to stress is that in order for your life to be intentional, that does not mean that your values have to be static. All that means is that at any point in time, you're aware of what is important to you so that the decisions you make can be reflective of that. And so I know that we all hear the term of setting boundaries or knowing where to say no. Being able to identify the 3 to 5 priorities in your life makes this so much easier because now you actually know from what places are you making proper decisions. And so if my faith, relationships, career, financial freedom, dance are not reflective in the decisions that I make, I don't make them because I know that at the core, if these 5 items are not being reflective, I'm not going to feel joy in the long term. And so again, these 5 things can change at any point in time. The beauty about life is with these lessons, your thoughts on what's important to you can expand. But at this point in time, this is definitely what is most important to me. And so I am aware of those things when I'm making my decisions. The next thing that I implemented is this. I needed to challenge my current habits so that I knew what did I need to do more of and what did I need to do less of. And so now that I had 3 to 5 priorities in my life, it was great for me to reflect on how I was living my life currently to decide what I need to do more of and what I want to do less of. And so while I was in college, an activity I learned was the pluses and minuses activity. And so what this is at the end of every day for 30 days, you want to write down on a piece of paper, what are 3 pluses or 3 things or people during the day that energized you and brought you joy? And then 3 minuses. So what are 3 things that were draining to your energy or interactions that you had that you noticed made the day drag on a little bit more than it needed to? So to give you a screenshot of what this activity is, here's an example. So what you'll notice on the left side of the screen are pluses. So some fun activities that I did could be that you sat on a porch for an hour in the afternoon, that someone came over to visit, that you made a recipe that you really enjoyed. And then similar things to the negative. You noticed that a particular part of your workday was not energizing to you, or you noticed when you didn't quite get ready in the morning right when you should have, which I know was very common for me during the pandemic, you realize that you didn't have a lot of energy. And so for me, this was so illuminating because you would be surprised how much time we spend day to day doing activities that we know are draining to ourselves. But again, these things can happen in our subconscious. So this was a great activity for me to sort of identify what are things that bring me joy and what are things that don't. Because I think this is the most practical way to give us a guide as to which direction we should turn in life and which should we not, by giving us bones of the day that we are already working with. And so I definitely encourage doing this activity. It's a great way to see, are you living out your priorities? Have you made time for what's important to you in the day-to-day so that you know what to do more of and what to do less of? And then the next thing that I did is I wanted to make sure that I surrounded myself with great company. And I think this is so important because whenever you try to implement a new habit, I don't think we talk enough about how difficult it can be to sustain. Sometimes when we're so used to doing one thing, it's so hard to change gears. And it's so important to have great people in your life that can help fill that gap. And so one difficult thing that really happened to me is last year, I lost my grandfather, who is my everything. And I am so grateful for his presence in my life. And I remember reflecting on the support I received. And I had wonderful friends who sent me flowers and treats. And I remember thinking in those moments that I now had the energy to move forward in a really productive way. And it made me want to show up for people in similar ways. Like, how can I be of support to people in very specific ways? And then I remember also feeling like a little defeated or, kind of hurt when I felt like I wasn't getting that proper support. And the vast difference of really being supported and not feeling like that there can really change the trajectory of your life. And so when I say that, and maybe you take a personal note of not feeling like you have this community, I really want to stress the importance of carving out time in your life to find those people for you, because they really can make the difference between you living a life that is reflective of your own desires and abilities and one that is not. So definitely want to encourage you taking the time to find people who are advocates for you and cheerleaders in your corner. And so to recap, a couple of the practices that I've implemented to now live a life that I'm very intentional and joyful about are the following. One, acknowledging the choices that I've made thus far and giving myself the encouragement that I can make different choices to lead another path. Taking care of my body and my mind, because these are powerful vessels for me to live a life that is long and intentional and one that I am excited about. Identifying 3 to 5 priorities in my life that can serve as my guide when making all decisions. Challenging my current habits. Am I doing too much of activities that I know are not reflective of my highest self and my highest energy? And then surrounding myself with great company. And so that's what brings me today to talk about Onus Coaching, which is my company that I started last year. And we are a coaching business that supports individuals to be intentional, strategic, and live their lives in an optimum way. Because as I spoke about today, you can see how often we can find ourselves in patterns where we're not being intentional about our decisions. And a lot of times we are living idly because it's the easiest thing to do or the most comfortable thing to do. And for me, something that I really reflect on is the different accomplishments that I have in life. I made sure to make them from a sincere and authentic place so that I can really speak confidently about the activities that I was doing. So for example, when applying to college, I remember some of my passions were dance, as I mentioned. And so I started a dance fitness class at a Boys and Girls Club. And I remember also participating in a pageant. And when I applied to Harvard, I remember kind of feeling like and being told that, those aren't really activities of someone that would apply to Harvard. And maybe you should be a part of more honor societies and more clubs. But the reason why I decided to go after those activities is because I knew that it was something that was reflective of who I was. And so when asked about it, I was really confident and really energized about those things. And so that is the energy that I've been able to take through all my interactions. And so I support individuals and organizations through Onus Coaching to be intentional and energetic about their business plans, about how they execute them, about how they communicate them, so that they can live a life that they're not looking up 30 years later, wondering why they are where they are, but they were intentional about where they are today. And so definitely want to serve as a reminder that our intention creates our reality. And so your life will look like exactly how you want it to, because you have that power to do so. Thank you. And I just want to remind you all that you can receive 10% off of any services that Onus Coaching provides if you mention that you were at this wonderful summit. And so please feel free to email me at info@onuscoaching.com and to visit our website at www.onuscoaching.com/services. Thank you.
So I took notes. I do. You know, I love events like this because I always walk away with some kind of nugget I can use later on myself or help one of my clients out with. But I love, you know, just the concept of an intentional life. I hadn't really thought of it in that sense. You know, I think about my intentions all the time, but as more of a thematic theme. That's an actual thing. I don't know.
I totally agree, because out of those strong, powerful words that Janae just shared, intention and setting intention and having an intentional life really resonated with me deeply as well. And I think it's because I know that when we are working with our clients, as you mentioned, Jeff, that is something that we're all striving in our own ways and in our diverse ways of that we are in terms of coaches, that we are striving to do, but more importantly, ourselves as well. Intention and following through with those inspired actions, or in some of the cases that Janae had mentioned, those habits that are being built, you know, the habits coach that I'm speaking to right now. I'm sure.
I attached to that like right away. I was listening to what she had to say about habits, and it's so true. Like she talked about these are actually keystone habits that she created in her life. And keystone habit is a habit that basically affects many areas of your life. These are the big ones. And she mentioned sleep. And, you know, I think sleep is, for me, that is definitely an area of kryptonite for me. If I do not get good sleep, it's going to affect everything. You know, the next day I'm groggy, I'm not sharp. I tend to blow off some things that I know would be good to do. I do the things I have to do, but things that are good for me. When I'm tired, the self-care goes out the window, because being tired is not part of self-care at that point. So that's so important that she brings that up, because we are a sleep-deprived society. And I would say to everyone listening here, and I tell all my clients this as well, imagine what you would be like if you were rested and fresh every day. Like, what would change? Would it be 1%? Would it be 2%? I don't know. I have a feeling it'd be more than that.
Oh, absolutely. And if we even dial this back and weave in the thread of all the different messages from today, when we go back to the original fire chat, it seems like so long ago, but it was just a few hours, you know, in terms of some of the things mentioned there, all of the themes weaving together through to Spencer's wonderful, wonderful keynote. And I'm so sorry he froze.
I know, it was probably the moment I was waiting for. No, it was great, definitely. You always wonder when that happens online, which it happens all the time. And it's like, please unfreeze, but it doesn't always work. It's the intertubes.
Yes, absolutely. But yes, the theme that has been woven throughout this morning's conversations, in terms of how we show up, in terms of taking care of ourselves, and in turn taking care of our relationships, in terms of taking care of our families, in terms of the clients we work with, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And just how that theme and that commonality binds everything we do.
Everything. And like Spencer was using the acronym LOVE with the double E on the end, these are all loving things, all of it. It's all about love. It's all about loving yourself, taking good care of yourself, and loving your clients and loving your life.
Yes, absolutely. And I think foundationally, that is what it's all about, because you're talking about that. You're talking about that connection that's, first, as you're saying, with yourself, because it starts there, but
Yes.
how that expands, because life is expansive throughout everything, and it permeates through everything and everyone. I love it.
Definitely. And we've all kind of gone through it the last year and a half. It's been a time. I'm not going to say a bad time. It's just been a time. It's I think some of us had our dark nights of the soul, and really had to do some self-reflection, as where we're kind of locked up for a while there too. So we were home, and sometimes our better selves rose, and sometimes they got challenged a bit. Sometimes we probably did too much Netflix. Sedated ourselves with Netflix or what have you on the couch, but
yeah, whether it was Netflix or, miring, and what I mean by this is like staying stuck, like just being consumed with the circumstance.
Oh, yes.
And not stepping forth into that something more, and just looking at all the, the things in front of you, and not to minimize those things, because every one of us have faced some very real challenges and still are. But I also know this, that in terms of that day to day, and then the focus on the negative and those challenges can have that horrible impact as well. And I think that is also something that was very much alluded to in terms of all of our speakers, that if you are stuck and you don't have that vision of what can be and what can come next, a lot falls apart from there.
Yeah. Does. It can be a bit of a spiral. And I mean, the good news is, with all the information that's out there and the people that are out there and the support, there is help no matter what out there. There are great coaches, there are great therapists, there are groups, there are people that are like-minded that want to rise above this moment.
Yes.
So all it takes is just reaching. It's never been easier to find that help and to find those people than it is now. So that is really the good news, even though it feels sometimes like we're bombarded by so much, because we are. But yeah, it's never been easier.
Well, I can't say enough about the great coaches that we've had today. Miss Haley, Cherry, Sharon, Dr. Joy, yourself, Janae, Spencer, and of course, Acute Afflictions, who is going to wrap us up here with another wonderful song. But I cannot say enough about how it has been an honor to link arms with all of you wonderful people, and marching forward out of that darkness in towards hope and in towards inspiration and much, much more.
And tune in tomorrow, because we're not done yet. We got more coming, and we really would love to see you again. And we look forward to you being here.
Listen, baby, ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby. If you need me, call me, no matter where you are, no matter how far. Don't worry, baby, call my name, I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, oh baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, babe. I remember the day I set you free. Told you you can always count on me, darling. From that day on, I made a vow I'll be there when you want me, some way, somehow. Baby, there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. Oh no, darling, no wind, no rain. Oh, winter's cold, can't stop me, baby. No, no, if you were my goal, if you ever in trouble, I'll be there on the double. Just send for me, baby. My love is alive, deep down in my heart, although we're miles apart. If you ever need a helping hand, I'll be there on the double, just fast I can. Don't you know that there ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough from getting to you, babe. Did you know that fever ain't no mountain high enough? Ain't no valley low enough? Ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, baby. Yeah. Once again, we are Acute Inflections, New York's sultry duo of upright bass and voice. Stay in touch with us, sign up for our mailing list, visit our website, acuteinflections.com, come see us in person, all that stuff, all the good things. Remember that no mountain is too high and no valley is too low. Ooh, no mountain high, no valley low, no. For you to get over, no mountain high, no valley low. So keep on fighting, keep on evolving, raising higher and higher, go higher and higher, yeah. Oh, ooh, and you got each other to take you through. Yes, no mountain high, no valley low enough. Yes, ooh, no mountain high, no valley low enough to keep me from getting to you, babe.
Life is hard. See, it's hard when you're 49 years old, been working on a job for 17 years, and they come in and tell you you're finished and give you 1 week severance pay. And you got to start all over again. It's hard when you're married and raising children and your children are crawling and your husband dies unexpectedly. It's hard handling just the tragedies of life. It's hard when you're working on something and you put everything you have in it, and it doesn't work out. You lose your money and other people's money. It's hard. It was rough when I lost my job, and I could not find a job. It was humiliating and embarrassing, borrowing money, and then I couldn't pay the money back when I told them I would. That's rough. How people look at you, how they respond to you. It's very hard. It's humiliating. Here's what I discovered that happens to you in life, that you will go through things, and while you're going through them, you can't understand why it's happening to you. But after you go through it, you get back and you look at it and you say, oh, now I understand why I needed that lesson. Have it ever happened to you? Raise your hand. Has it ever happened to you that I couldn't understand it then? But after I got through it, then I saw that was preparing me for bigger and better things. As you go through the challenges of life and you look at it and embrace whatever comes to you, don't run from it. Step toward it. Don't try and duck it like most people do. See, most people want it easy. See, easy come, easy what? Easy go. See, but when you go at what you're going to deal with and you deal with the difficulties of it, when you handle those hard things close at hand, making those hard decisions right now that you don't want to make, learning those things that you don't like to do, but you know that in order for you to get where you want to go, this is one of the hoops that you have to flip through. And I'm saying to you, whatever you got to do it, because if you don't, life is going to whoop you until you surrender and say, okay, all right. I cooperate. Okay, I'll learn. Okay. They had to wear me out a long time. So if it's hard, then do it hard. Now, how do you hang in there during the hard, difficult times, Les? You must have faith. You've got to believe in yourself. You've got to believe in your abilities. You've got to believe in your service, your company, your ideas, unquestionably. You've got to have faith. And that faith gives you patience. That it's not going to happen as quickly as you want it to happen. A lot of things are going to happen that will catch you off guard. And so therefore you've got to deal with and handle it as it comes. And not only that, but that faith and patience drives you into action. You've got to keep moving and keep plugging away. In the Far East, They have something that's called the Chinese bamboo tree. The Chinese bamboo tree takes 5 years to grow. They have to water and fertilize the ground where it is every day. And it doesn't break through the ground until the 5th year. But once it breaks through the ground, within 5 weeks, it grows 90 feet tall. Now the question is, does it grow 90 feet tall in 5 weeks or 5 years? The answer is obvious. It grows 90 feet tall in 5 years. Because at any time, had that person stopped watering and nurturing and fertilizing that dream, that bamboo tree would have died in the ground. And I can see people coming out talking to a guy out there watering and fertilizing the ground that's not showing anything. Hey, what you doing? You've been out here a long time, man. And the conversation in the neighborhood is, you growing a Chinese bamboo tree, is that right? Yeah, that's right. Well, even Ray Charles and Stevie Wonder can say ain't nothing showing. You know that's how people are gonna do you? Say, how long have you been working on this? How long have you been working on your dreams? And you have nothing to show. This is all you got to show. People don't do that to you. And some people, ladies and gentlemen, they stop. Because they don't see instant results. It doesn't happen quickly. They stop. Oh, no. You got to keep on watering your dream. And when it began to happen, they stopped laughing. They said, look, whoa, look here. Look how, hey, man, you know, I know you can do it. Look, you got a job here. See, during those hard times, we didn't know how you're going to make payroll. During those times when you fell and things didn't work out, they were nowhere to be found. But you know what I discovered? When you're working at your dream, somebody said the harder the battle, the sweeter the victory. Oh, it's sweet to you. It's good to you. Why? See, when it's hard and it's a struggle, see, what you become in the process is more important than the dream. That's far more important. The kind of person you become, the character that you build, the courage that you develop, the faith that you're manifesting. Oh, it's something that you get up in the morning, you look yourself in the mirror, you're a different kind of person. You walk with a different kind of spirit. People know that you know what life is, that you have embraced life. You know it was hard, but you did it hard.
Hello there. We want to welcome you with this tune. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. I said welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Diverse Conversations, Wisdom from Professional Coaches Summit. Yes, we welcome you. Hosted by Ledi Coaching and Consulting. We welcome you to the Wisdom from Professional Coaches Summit. We are acute inflections, a duo of voice, bass, and voice. Oh, my name is Alicia, yes, my name is Alicia, oh, Alicia. The voice that you're hearing, the voice that you're hearing is from Siddiqui, oh Siddiqui. We are acute inflections, a duo of voice and upper bass, a double bass, string bass, contrabass, standard bass, but not the cello, no, not the cello, no. We're gonna give you 2 to 2. Oh, so if you're ready, let's begin. Let's begin. Oh, let's begin. No, let's singing a song, nothing but bluebirds all day long. Never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by when you're in love, my how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone, nothing but blue skies from now on. Yeah, yeah. Never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things go so right. Noticing the days hurrying by when you're in love, my how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone, nothing but blue skies, nothing but blue skies, nothing but blue skies from now on. Ooh-da-da-ba-do, from now on. Yeah, yes. Said I got blue, 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 blue. I've got blue, 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 blue skies. I've got blue, blue. Said I've got blue, 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 blue. Oh, nothing but blue skies, nothing but blue skies, nothing but blue skies from now on.
Thank you so much, Acute Inflections, and welcome back to Diverse Conversations, Wisdom from Professional Coaches Summit. Now, this is day 2, so I want to welcome everyone back who was here yesterday taking in this great content, and I want to welcome everyone who is showing up today for the first time. We've got a lot more in store for you, so be ready for it. Make sure you have something to take notes, pen and paper, whatever works for you, but there's going to be some great information shared today. And the important thing for you to remember here is I have 20 minutes to do this. So I am setting a timer because I want to make sure I give you the most actionable content I can that you can start actually using today. So here we go. You ready? Here we go. All right. I'm a habit and optimization coach, and my mission in life is to help you close the gap between who you think you are and who you know you're capable of being. Inside this gap sometimes lies regret, shame, unused potential. It makes me think of a quote by Kurt Vonnegut: of all the words of mice and men, the saddest are "it might have been." Heavy words from Kurt. I also want to say something about this time of COVID. We've all been going through a certain level of stress during COVID. Even if your life has not been touched by death, which so many of us have been, or sickness, there is a stress energy just traveling around, and we're all experiencing it. And when you are experiencing stress, your levels of cortisol go up, and cortisol is the stress hormone. Unfortunately, when your cortisol levels go up, your cognitive brain gets a little bit confused. So we're going to rush towards things that comfort us. Sometimes that's great because we need to self-care, but sometimes that's not so great. And since we've been home a lot during these days, we've probably, and I'm guilty as the next person, we're searching for comfort. And sometimes that can create habits. We can actually wire into our neurology some unhealthy habits along the way. So I really want to remind you that this is not a dress rehearsal. We have one life to live, and it's important to make it count. I actually carry this coin in my wallet. I hope you can see that. It says memento mori. And this is from Stoic philosophy. And what memento mori roughly means is remember your death. Now, I don't say that to be negative at all. I say it as a reminder that, like I said, this is not a dress rehearsal. It's important to remember that this is your chance. The clock is ticking. The sands of time are passing. So to make your days count, we spend so much time wasting this great life we have time-wise, and we don't even realize it because a lot of these time wasters become habits in our life. So they're predetermined programs that we've encoded into our brains that burns up the time. I think probably one of the greatest burners of time lies here in our phones. If you lived to be 90 and you spent 25 minutes a day on some app, maybe scrolling away, you would have burned up 2 years of your life. Think about that for a second. 2 years of your life if you just spent 25 minutes a day. I guarantee that many of us spend way more than that on some app on our phone. Something to think about. How could that time be a little bit better spent? So anyway, I'm going to get into how your behavior actually happens. I think it's really important you understand why you do what you do. I was lucky enough to train under BJ Fogg, who wrote the book Tiny Habits. He's also the man who created the Behavior Design Lab at Stanford University. He's considered one of the top habit scientists out there. So thank you, BJ. Learned quite a bit from him. So I'm going to show you something with my high-tech artwork capability and explain to you why behavior happens, just so you understand. Okay, so behavior happens, or action happens, when motivation, ability, and a prompt or cue happens. Pretty much everything you do is based on this. So you look at this little chart here. I'm going to give you an example. For instance, let's just say you're sitting on the couch, you're watching a great movie, your phone is right next to you, and the phone rings, and you look over, you look at the number, and you're like, I don't know who this is. So right now, your motivation is very low. It's easy to pick up the phone sitting right next to you, but your motivation is low. So you're going to end up on this side of the action line. You're not going to have the behavior, the action of picking up the phone. Now you're sitting there, you're watching maybe a crappier movie, and the phone rings, and it's your best buddy calling. Well, now your motivation just went up. It's super easy. The phone is there. Now it's going to happen above the action line. So essentially, you're going to do this. And you can pretty much use this basic chart here, if you want to copy that really quick, hopefully you're taking notes, to really look at certain things. For instance, let's just say you decided you want to be a brain surgeon, but maybe you're 50 years old. Well, that's going to fall on the really hard side of the ability. Your motivation may be very high, but let's be honest, are you going to put the next 10 years in? I don't know. Maybe you will. Maybe you won't. It's just something to consider when you're taking on a goal. A lot of times, the New Year's Eve goal setting, we have these huge goals that we set out. I'm going to be super slim and sexy this year. And it falls apart. And what happens? When it falls apart, your brain encodes, well, I'm not really good at that. It's not going to happen. And so you might not try again, or you might cop an attitude about setting goals. The important thing about setting goals is making them possible to happen. And there's much information out there on how to make smart goals. But the thrust of BJ Fogg's habit training is based on tiny habits, which are habits that you can do quickly, make them happen. They happen fast. They're too tiny to fail, which is super important. For instance, he gave an example early on that he felt very weak and not strong and wimpy, but he couldn't get himself to exercise. So what he did was he created the habit of, you're going to laugh, his prompt was, every time he goes to the bathroom, he's going to do 3 push-ups afterwards. So he would pee and then do his push-ups. And then he would celebrate afterwards. Back to my chart here. This is the actual recipe for creating a tiny habit. And folks, it works. You pick an existing behavior, in his case, it was going to the bathroom, and then attach a new behavior to it because you have an anchor with this existing behavior. We have all these different habits we perform throughout the day that we don't even think about. And that's what we want to attach to, because the neurology is already there, as opposed to creating a fresh new anchor. So if this is how it works, let's say you want to create a habit of being more fit. Maybe it's reading more books. Make it tiny. That is the key, so you can build it into your neurology. So how it would work is you would attach it to an existing habit. I'll give you an example of some of the ones I have done. I really wanted to get into a habit of gratitude. Gratitude, it's funny, I used to not give it much thought. I felt gratitude, but I didn't really understand the power of gratitude habit. And it is powerful, because not only does it make you reflect on all the great things in your life, it actually gives you the happy chemicals in your brain, which is so powerful. And that's a big part of creating a habit. It's that dopamine rush we get when something is accomplished, something positive. And that also primes and encodes the habit in our brain. So some of the habits I've created: when I come downstairs and I hit that coffee pot on, because that's something that happens every day, that is a powerful habit, I do something called brain yoga. Literally takes me 1 minute. It's an exercise that activates both hemispheres of my brain, gives me a better start for the day. I was having a hard time remembering to do it. But so after I turn on the coffee pot, I will do brain yoga. So this is the recipe for creating these tiny habits. The most important part at the end is celebrate. And you may wonder, celebrate, throw a party? This is how you activate your own dopamine flow through your physiology. Have you ever been at a game and your team wins and you're like, yes, you're feeling that dopamine rush? But we also know through science that physiology can activate your psychology. You can actually activate dopamine rush by however you celebrate. When you get something right, something goes great, you're like, yes, that actually gives you that little shot to help you do it again. It's actually, your brain is encoding this in your neurology at this point. So you need to find an existing anchor. Another one was, I think I mentioned it before, with gratitude. After my head hits the pillow, I will think of 3 things I'm grateful for each day. And it works. I feel anxious if I don't do it now, because it is a habit that's encoded in my brain. So I really, really recommend you try this. It is so simple. It's tiny, it's fast, and it's easy. Now, the problem sometimes people run into is they don't make it tiny enough. They make it too big. So here's a quick technique. Oh, look at that. There's a stink bug on my chart here. Goodbye, stink bug. This is called a swarm of behaviors. You have your aspirational outcome. What is the thing you want to get? What is the goal? Maybe it's too big to make into a tiny habit. So I put a big one here, financial independence. That's a pretty gigantic goal. You really need to break something like this down. So a swarm of behaviors is you write down what the big plan is, what you really want, the aspirational outcome, and then start breaking it down into smaller pieces. Maybe that's creating a learning schedule. It says you're going to write down some books you're going to read each week. Maybe you're going to read 1 page a day from a book on finance to start understanding it. Maybe you'll make a list of things you want to sell, because they're not doing you any good sitting in the house. You can raise a little money, clears up your thinking. I put on here track sleep, and you might think at first, what does that got to do with financial independence? Well, sleep is a keystone habit. It's a huge habit. Keystone habits are habits that have, let's say, a ripple in the pond that affects all other things in your life. If you don't get a good night's sleep, it's going to affect your ability to learn. It's going to affect your ability to be motivated to do things. It's going to pretty much drag everything down. So very, very important to consider that. And again, you can break these down another step. If this became the focus, say from this, how can you make this tiny? Create a bedtime. Maybe it's turn your phone off each night by 8 o'clock, or stop watching TV because the blue light flicker messes up with your sleep, your melatonin production. So swarm of behaviors, break it down, make it tiny. Okay, moving right along here. Let's talk about the 2 ways we have habits. Now, this came from James Clear, who wrote the book Atomic Habits. It's a great book on habits. But he talks about outcome-based habits or identity-based habits. So your outcome is the thing you want on the end, right? So what I showed you for financial independence, for instance. The key, though, is the process. How are you going to get there? Without a system or a process, is just a dream, kind of an empty dream. It's a New Year's resolution that does not happen. So you've got your outcome, you've got your process, and then the identity, because let's face it, who you are is critical for who becomes this outcome. You have to know who you are. So you have outcome-based habits. That means it starts at, okay, I want to be thinner, so I'm going to come up with the process, and then I become the thinner person, for instance. But my favorite is identity-based habits. Start out imagining who you want to be. This is where you truly can manifest things in your life. Understanding who you are. I don't know if you ever saw that movie, The Secret. I got a little frustrated by that movie because it talked about manifesting things, but I felt like they really didn't get into it. It made it seem almost like it was a magic thing. Basically, it's not magic. I've got a story to tell you, actually. It's my first experience with future journaling, which is a habit I want to talk to you really quickly about. And we have 7 minutes, so I'm going to jam it in here really quickly. Future journaling is a keystone habit. Journaling in general is a great habit because you can organize your thoughts and keep progressing. This could be part of a system. And I have just some of my journals sitting here. Yeah, this is just a few of them. Now, I was not a journaler growing up at all. I became a journaler accidentally as a young man. I think I was about 26. I had 2 children a lot sooner than I thought, married my girlfriend, pretty typical story, and things went bad and we split. So I have these 2 young children and I have a job that I'm making $9 an hour working as a temp at IBM, knowing my job is going to end soon. I'm living with my mom. Yep, feeling like a huge loser back in with mom. And I just started writing about how I felt and what I knew would be the answer. I was dreaming of owning my own home, and I visioned my children playing in the backyard safe and being happy, and I would prove to the world that I'm not a loser. So I started journaling every day. Very simple. Just wrote about what I wanted, who I would be, and then went backwards from there. So that was the identity, who I would be and how I would get there. And every day just did a small amount. And, you know, even though I had no money, making $9 an hour, I actually closed on my house 5 months, 27 days later. And I set the goal for 6 months. And it wasn't magic. I didn't manifest this out of anything. I actually created a plan by choosing who's the person who deserves and has that home. And then I went backwards from there and just did a little bit every day, you know, 1% a day towards the big goal. The beauty with 1% is if you do 1% every day improvement, that's 37 times better by the end of the year. I mean, this small ripple can create great results in your life. And that's why I'm a huge fan of future journaling. It's also a way to do mental rehearsal. And I just want to talk about mental rehearsal really quickly. There was a study out of the University of Chicago where they took the basketball team and they split it into 3 groups. And the first group every day would practice free throws for an hour. The second group would sit on the bleachers and imagine making the free throw shot. They would just think about it, imagine making the shot, imagine making the shot. The third group probably played with their phone. They didn't do anything. They sat on the side. Well, after a month, the results were pretty wild. The group that actually threw the ball and practiced the free throws, they had a 24% improvement, which is awesome. But the group that sat on the bleachers and just imagined making the shot had a 23% improvement, almost the exact same improvement. And of course, the people sitting on the side, they didn't get any better. Point being that your brain doesn't really know the difference when you're envisioning and feeling that you're making these shots. Your neurology actually can change based on your thinking. Thinking becomes things. That's how powerful it is. And conversely, that could work against you. If you are someone who obsesses about all the things that can go wrong, you're actually rehearsing failure in your brain. So you're experiencing all the feelings that come with that. You know, the scared feeling, adrenaline pumping through your system, more cortisol pumping through your system. You are rehearsing your failure. This is me not telling you not to prepare. You should always prepare, but there's a big difference between preparing and being completely neurotic about a situation. So some quick tips for doing future journaling. You don't have to write an essay each time, but each day, prime your brain first, get it in the right state. I would write 3 things I'm grateful for each day because you've already got wins in your life, and that sets your brain up in a positive direction. You get that little dopamine rush. So 3 things that you're positive about, and then who you think you want to be in 5 years or 1 year or whatever you're thinking of, and then take it from there and start reverse engineering it. Very simple. What's one step you can take today to get closer to your future you? This works. This is not magical. It works. And like I said before, your brain doesn't really know the difference. If you're imagining yourself in this position, your brain is actually starting to wire itself for that. That's why it's really important to control your time better than you already are. I mean, we can only do it so much. We live a life of habits, but you can start taking control back by creating tiny habits that are going to move the needle and move you in the direction you actually want to go. So we're getting down there. I have 2 minutes left. I'm going to give you one more quick idea here. I pulled this out of notes from a client I worked with a long time ago. And his problem or habit was wasting time online. I don't know if you can see this. This was his homework assignment. Essentially, if there's something that you want to get out of your life that you know you shouldn't be doing, you know it's a kryptonite in your life, make 3 lists. The first one is the benefits list, because you're getting something out of this thing you're doing. So write down, what are you getting out of it? In his case, it was like, kept him from boredom. He liked the feeling of arguing online. He was entertained. But then the next list is, what do I pay if I don't change? Because there's a cost for this distraction. And he realized he was wasting massive time. He actually started tracking his time online, and it was painful to see how much time he was burning up. I think he would fall under that 25 minutes a day and shaving 2 years off his life if he makes it to 90. He was losing money. He tended to spend more money if he went online. Stay away from that. Drinking and going on Amazon. Big mistake. And then the last column is gain from freeing himself from this. What will he get? Well, he's going to have way more time to work with. Prove to himself that he could break bad habits. That's powerful in itself. Lower stress. He's not arguing on Facebook or wherever with people anymore. He's saving money. He's not drunk shopping. Less distraction, better sleep, less sitting on his butt. Sitting too much, the new smoking. He has better focus because he's not constantly in distraction mode. And I am down to 19 seconds. We got through this, folks. I couldn't have done it without you. I appreciate you very much. So the next thing we're going to be doing is our fireside chat. And hopefully everyone is ready for that. This is going to be in professional development. And there goes my alarm. Thank you so much.
Hey, Jeff, good to see you, man. Good job on that. I really thought rock star. I love that futuristic focus. It's so powerful. Great job, dude.
Oh, thank you, man.
So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are in for a rock star panel, turning up the volume a bit with regards to just amazing elements that are going to help you be a better person, not only, of course, personally, but also professionally. So let's get at it. We've got a really cool panel that's coming on, and I'd like to first bring in the happy business coach herself, who is Haley Patry. Come on in, Haley. Hi, Haley. Good to see you. Remember seeing you at the rehearsal. Very cool. And then next we're going to bring in the amazing Denise Ledi, who is our host, the mostest. She's into executive leadership, all those kinds of cool, top-notch stuff. Come on in, Denise. Hey, got the glasses. I got my new ones on today, too. You're looking sharp, my friend. And then, of course, the magnificent Dr. Joy Vaughn, who's going to be talking about accountability versus responsibility. Come on in, Dr. Joy. Hi, Dr. Joy. Good to see you, my friend. And I don't know, we were talking about Lauren. Is Lauren in here now, gang? Woo! Under the line. I love it. I think we got everybody here. Hi, Lauren in her car. I love it. Love.
Hi.
Good to see you. All right, ladies, we are going to get into many things, personal development. We've got business coaching. We've got accountability. We've got HR. We've got executive leadership. and by the way, these are the rules of engagement. I'm kind of one of these fast guys that we keep it fast flowing so that everybody gets a chance, everybody gets to move it, because everybody's going to want to hear about what you have to say. So let's start off with you, Dr. Joy. Under a minute, like everybody here, by the way, has got credentials like crazy. So let's not dive into the credentials. Let's dive into the pain points that you help people solve, service people, and so on. And Dr. Joy, we're going to lean off with you, my friend.
So thank you so much, and it's so great to be back with you all for the second day. I'm Dr. Joy from Dr. Joy's Coaching. I help people shift mindsets, but specifically focusing on brain and behavior, one molecule at a time, really looking at what is going on in your frontal lobe, leadership from the frontal lobe versus the back of your brain, where all the emotions live and can derail you. I teach people how to now put those aside and lead powerfully their lives, their businesses, whether it's a veteran, executive woman, or just an entrepreneur. How to lead from the front of your brain, where you put those emotions aside and you lead from a logical place that will give you the best results and the best performance ever.
I love it. Yeah, there's a saying that goes, make sure your decisions, your emotions follow actions. So I love that, Dr. Joy. Thank you so much. All right, Denise, our rock star leader in this 2 days, tell us a little bit about the pain points or the value that you bring to your clients in your journey.
Well, thank you, Rivers, and welcome, everybody. Yes, I do empowerment and executive leadership coaching because I truly think that any leadership starts with ourselves. So to me, it's all about self-leadership. I probably come by that just by my own background of having been 25 years in a forensic psychiatry and correctional healthcare background. And I, through the hard knocks of that, knowing that self-leadership is where it's at. So that also includes how you show up. And to get to that is eliminating some of the limiting beliefs and mindset challenges. And of course, then creating those new and healthy habits that is going to move the needle step forward. I wish I actually talked to Jeff before all of this, because that would that's certainly a lot of what I do as well in terms of working with my clients.
That's great. Thanks, Denise, very much. All right, Haley, I've been watching your smile because you said you're the happy business coach. So lead off about the happy business. I know you focus on marriage and other things, but today we're talking business. So over to you, my friend.
Thank you, Rivers. My mission is to help you build not just a happy bank account with a successful business, but to design a happy life around it. And the truth is, my friends, when your personal life is a mess, yourself, your mental health, your marriage, it is so hard for your business to be a success. I love to help you go from chaos to clarity, and then clarity to confidence, and to help you raise your earn ability, which is how much value can you bring into your household in an hour so you can spend less hours working and more hours living. As a survivor of more than 30 years of trauma, 8 years of depression, and 2 childhood suicide attempts, 1 failed marriage, and now finally happy in my 40s, I promise you, when you clean the spit up around you, you can go and have business with ease. But until you move those messes forward, the success is unlikely. So that's where the happy in business comes from. And it's such an honor to be with you all today.
Wow. Thank you, Haley, for that. I love it. I've had depression myself, just finished going through a divorce. So I can't wait to hear more about what you have to say. And I'm an entrepreneur too. So. Rare rock star. I love it. All right, Lauren, in the beautiful car, got the sunroof open. That's cool. I love it. Tell us about you, my friend, and what's the pain points that you help your clients with?
Yeah, hi, I'm Lauren Williams, Chief Boss Lady of Workplace Harmony, and I help workplaces not suck by helping leaders show up as their best selves and really lead and thrive in times of change and chaos, which we've all experienced the past year or two, and really help build strong workplaces where people want to show up every day and are really engaged and love being at their workplace.
Love it. I love it. Love it. Thank you so much. Well, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, none of these panelists know what I'm going to ask. This is the beauty of what I do. I'm a fireside chatter. I love hanging out with people and just kind of diving in to what is kind of topical, but also what is relevant to our guest today. And of course, I have to first of all dive in, because I think we'd be remiss if we didn't deal with COVID. And everything that you all do has some elements of helping people get through this next stage from where they've been. And a lot of what we're heading into is uncertainty. So, Dr. Joy, I'd like to lead with you, because there's a lot of emotions that are running wild right now in the world. And how does someone really kind of navigate that in a way that pushing those emotions aside when we're so connected with them on a daily basis at a heightened level? So can you lead off this COVID preparation conversation?
Sure. Thanks, Rivers. So clearly, COVID has a lot of emotional upheaval. But the number one thing that I always tell my clients, first of all, get into a quiet place and center yourself. Instead of reacting to what's happening to you, take charge of your emotions, because they're run in the brain by a walnut-shaped size structure called the amygdala, which gives you 4 choices. You either flee, you become afraid, you freeze, or you appease, which is what I call the yes dear syndrome, which any of you marriage call yes dear. But underneath it's you're not happy. You're always upset. If you can become aware of those emotions, you can actually then do something about them. And it does take time. Seeking professional help from any one of us certainly gets us there. But awareness is the key thing. And once you are aware of your emotions and make a commitment to say, you know what? I'm better than that. I am better than that. And I am not going there. And then take the necessary action steps, which is what we help people do, to move your thinking from the lower brain to the higher brain. And that is a process.
We could tie that back to Jeff's reference to journaling too, to get those emotions out there, Dr. Joy. So thank you so much for that. So Haley, I'm going to head back to you, because I want to make sure it's maneuvering the way that makes sense. So when it comes to those emotions, to dealing with business clients, because a lot of that, you've got to suck it up, buttercup, in order to deal with the realities of sometimes a pretty crazy world. How do you work with or help people during COVID, business people, in that relationship?
It's a great question, Rivers. I think the first thing is we have to be willing to do a quick pivot and then a good pivot. So when the bad news is coming, it's coming fast, it's unpredictable. If we're waiting for the perfect solution all the time, we'll spend so much time waiting, and then we're not out there serving in our business. So I'm not telling you to be wildly risky and crazy, but make the quick pivots that you can to at least put out messaging today. Be willing to do what's possible today while you're working in the back end on what your longer, maybe more sensible pivot's going to be. And if we're dealing with the emotional impact and the real impacts to our business, I think we've got to balance the two sides of, yes, there are all the things we're losing that are hard and that are not fair, but at the same time, what are we gaining? So as a coach and therapist, I used to see people in person, and I would be gone from 7 a.m. till 6 p.m., picking up my kids as the last ones there. Well, when it first moved to Zoom, I was sucky and sad about it, and I didn't like that. But now I can go from 8:30 to 2:30 and see the exact same number of clients, and their sessions are recorded, and I can be with my kids more. So we've got to be willing to acknowledge both sides of the facts. What is the loss, but what also might be the benefit or the blessing? Because if we can't see the good in some of these massive changes, it is situational depression inducing pretty quickly. We have to pull ourselves out of that.
Yeah, that sense of self-responsibility. I remember when I had depression, the psychiatrist, his job was to get me to take responsibility for my own solution. And so I love that you've reinforced that. Okay, Denise, I want to lead into you, because the whole element of COVID is there's a lot of fragmentation happening, and leadership, particularly at a corporate level, is really challenging these days as we deal with people offline, online, not at work, whatever. What are some recommendations that you would suggest for leaders, and I'll stick to executive leaders, to focus in on and helping them to navigate this new landscape?
Okay, great question, because that is such a topical part of the conversations that I have definitely faced and have had. And first of all, I would say, what are they comfortable with? Because they can be dealing for example, with a mandate that has come down from upon on high, or they've been part of making it, for example, working from home, does that leader who is now in charge of this mass of people who are now working from home agree with that policy? I've worked with some who don't, or vice versa. So regardless of whatever that direction is in terms of how it came about, it is what it is, as we've said, in terms of COVID. But what that leader though has to do is get out of their own way. Right? They have to somehow make that decision of how now in turn they're going to help serve the staff group that they have. And that means taking up their own biases out of the communication, communicating as clearly as they can and as timely as they can, and not having this reverberation and uncertainty ripple through their company and through their workforces. They need to be okay with a little bit of chaos sometimes.
Yeah.
We have to be okay with letting go of the control because it's going to be a little bit more diffuse, especially if you are in a remote environment and you're not there day to day like this. And not to say a lot of managers and execs are, but you understand what I mean. They have to be okay with that.
Yeah, when you think about it, I mean, it's so crazy that we fight change along the way, yet it is so inevitable in the journey that we go as human beings. Yet we don't want to embrace it. So I love that, again, that reinforcement piece. And Lauren, welcome back. Good to see you again. Where was just kind of how am I going to navigate this next piece? So I love what you referenced. You said something about helping you get that life not suck. So how do you stop during COVID this from happening for your clients? How do you get them into that mindset to say, this is freaking amazing that I'm going through? Oh, and then we lost her again. All right, I'm ready for the next question. So, okay, for the three of you that are left, this is very interesting because what you just went through is what other people should do based on your recommendation. I want each one of you to take me through a 2-minute journey of how does your day-to-day operate? How do you embrace what you teach into your own daily living? So let's start with, Dr. Joy, you've been leading us so far, my friend. You keep on leading us.
Okay. Thank you, Rivers. So my day always starts with prayer, faith, and gratitude. Those are the three key things, the foundation of my life. And from there, I always ask, what is the plan for the day? And then I listen. And when I receive the plan for the day, then I go with that. Now, my plans may have been like to do whatever, but no. As I listen and I follow the plan, it always works out. Because I don't know about you, but I'm telling you, sometimes you try and plan things for yourself. Listen, let me just rely on the Holy Spirit, and He's got it planned. So I go with that. And then I get into my clients. I make sure that I really look at what is it that they need, not what they want, what do they need? And then I ask again, very divinely, how can I provide that for them? Because I do clients individually and then I do group. So what does the group need? And then what does the individual need? And then what does the individual within the group need? So figure all of that out and then blend that all together so that at the end, with the determination, at the end of the session, everybody walks away not only with an action plan, but they're held accountable for that.
I love it. Yeah, I'm a spiritual man also, and I love the faith pieces because sometimes in order to deal with the havoc, you have to just have faith. And whether, whoever your God might be, that's a relevancy piece that you tie into. And as a business person, I see so many quote unquote entrepreneurs who are all focused on their needs and not the customer's needs. So I love that you've referenced that point, Dr. Joy. That's so cool. All right, Denise, how do you handle your day and preparing for you personally to engulf what it is that you embody, but also how you're helping your clients?
Okay, well, right when my eyes open, right from that moment, I lay in silence. And I also have a practice of gratitude. But I also have a practice of setting my intention for the day. For example, the intention for today was to be present, to be fully present. And then I go from there. And so after I've washed up and done all that stuff, I actually spend some time journaling. And it's that free writing. And a little bit of, again, what Jeff was talking about too. That's why I'm so curious about what he has to say. Because a lot of what I have to say, I don't consciously think about. It's just what's flowing through me, if that makes any sense. And a lot of times that writing is what's, I guess, divinely inspired as well, because it all also shows up in terms of those next steps and inspired ideas that I don't even know that I have. Anyway, so when I do get to when I am working with my clients, it is with that presence. It is with that showing up, but it's also with a lot of curiosity. So coming without any preconceived notions about what it is that they may have to say about what their particular struggle and challenge is, but to fully not only just show up and ask those questions, but listen for what's not really being said or said and alluded to and all these twisty, turny different things, and then go deeper with those questions and then just keep. It's like peeling a layer of an onion and bringing to awareness what they may not recognize at hand. And that is a lot of what I do in terms of all of that.
I love it. I love it. I love it for all kinds of reasons. I know my own practice of podcasting and so on, and even preparing for this conversation, Gracie wanted me to have a little script, and I said, I didn't want to. And I said, because I want to listen. Because I find when you really dig into the listening piece, that's when the nuggets if you're always thinking about the next step based on preparation. Look, there's nothing wrong with preparation, but listening is a key part of that. And if you have that credibility to go with what it is that you're bringing to them, people are naturally going to trust you once they know that you're listening to what their needs are. So I love that all around. All right, Haley. I love it. By the way, my daughter's name is Haley. She just got an apartment yesterday, so I'm happy for her. So over to you, my friend. Tell us about your day, because I'm just so intrigued with your journey to get to this point. So you still must, in your day, do you have any baggage from the past that you still have to deal with on a daily basis, in addition getting ready to plan for your day? Or you just
baggage? No. Scars that hurt? No. Facts and realities for sure, and a whole lot.
Cool.
So first, huge congratulations, Rivers, on stewarding an adult to move out. This is good news. I have a 15-year-old, a 7-year-old, and a 5-year-old, and my husband and I fantasize about the days that these men are solid enough and we're going to their house to visit.
Nice.
I love what Dr. Joy and Denise both said, and there really is a balance for me in both. How can I be the best when I'm client facing? But I do a lot of self-prep, because in order, my belief, to be deserving of mentoring, I need to be a role model, not just in business and how I make money, what substances I don't put in my body, what healthy marriage I do have, what loving parenting I participate in, what mental health openness we have about our family. So I do my schedule in a wacky order, which is first take care of self. That's the nourishing, the hydrating, the moving, the meditating, the intention setting. And whether it's systems like the Miracle Morning or some of my own systems, I got to be whole so that I can give my clients that focused listening. I can't have my own messes bleed into my judgment or my attention for them. Second thing on my schedule is my marriage, because I think kids deserve a good one, and I'm on my second one. And I believe that business owners whose love life is a mess, it's very hard to focus. Third thing on my schedule is joy. I'm a happiness coach. I would be in big trouble if I didn't schedule moments of happiness. I loved it. It's the first thing I saw on your Zoom screen was the joy mantra behind on top of your stove, Rivers. The fourth thing I put on my schedule is the time to be in business, and I don't let it go past 28 hours of on focus. And the last thing is white space. And white space is not a non-appointment. It is an appointment of nothingness. So that when life hits the fan, and it does every single week, if I need to move something, I don't have to cancel anything. I can move it into the white space. So I do a lot to make sure my energy is going to be clear, so that when I am with my clients and they ask a question, the answer comes instantly. But if I wasn't clear of my own self, which most coaches aren't, we've got so much of our own stress, we're bringing it into session. So to prepare for my clients' rivers, I do a few things. Number one, I speed read all previous session notes of all time before every session. I want to know the name of their dog, their pet's cousin, the last fight they had, what was on their mind last week, because I think everyone deserves to feel worthy and loved and important, and not remembering those details makes people feel unheard, but I don't trust my brain to remember them all, so I use the system. Second thing I do is I set an intention, and I take about 10 seconds and ground my energy before I go into every session. If I'm working with someone who's a cocaine addict and a business owner, I see them as their sober, capable, happy self. And I go into that meeting believing in all the possibility for themselves, not to sway the session, but to hold them in a high place. And the last thing is to just really be willing to go with the flow of what my clients need, including if they want to tap out. If it was a 90-minute session and they've got 30 minutes of steam, I'm going to bank their time and give them that hour with grace on another day, because we can all see it in our clients' eyes when they've hit their limit. I don't want to take them past that. That to me isn't love. And as a happy business coach, it's not about just getting the mandate done. Let's do it gracefully. Let's do it so you and I both feel good when the session ends.
I love it. Thank you so much, Haley. I appreciate that. One of the things that I teach when I'm working with entrepreneurs is it was given to me. It's not mine. It's to expect a curveball every day. And my American friends, baseball is your passion of sport for sure. Although I'm a New England Patriot fan, I got to add that in there. But the fact is that this one gentleman said, expect a curveball every day. When you think of a curveball, sometimes they hit you in the head and they drop you down, and sometimes you hit them out of the park. And so they can be positive or the negative. But when they happen, you're able to say, that's a curveball. So it keeps you even every day when you're kind of expecting that. So I love all of this. All right. So just we're heading back. We've got about 6 minutes left before we head into the speed round. And what I want to encourage you, by the way, I love that this came up, is that all of these rock stars have a booth at the show today, and make sure you go and visit them. I'm sure they're on all kinds of media. And one thing I'm learning from this conversation is all of them would love a conversation. No expectations, just love a conversation. All right, so this came up in the prep part where we want to talk about working remotely. Okay, we're dealing with that new world. The big experiment works. People can work remotely. Some don't like it, but it's possible. In your practice, in the way that you work with your clients, can you just kind of give us some highlights as to how to work remotely effectively, given what it is that you do? And Dr. Joy, let's start with you again, my friend.
Relax. It's all good. It really is all good. I like Haley and probably Denise, when I had to switch from face-to-face to remote, the technology was something that was challenging for me. But honey, once I got that mastered and done that, it was full tilt boogie. Full tilt boogie. Rarely am I going to go back to face-to-face. I love it because I deal a lot with couples divorcing. I can put them in another room if they act up, right? Now, when I was face-to-face, I might have to call 911. Not cool. But now I can mute them. Oh, honey, it's on and popping. So, for me personally, I love remote work. And I think one of the things that we talked about before is embracing change. If you can look at every single thing that's happened in your life as being a blessing, it just puts you in a whole nother space from which to operate out of. Yeah. And the context is decisive. So
yeah, I love that. Yeah, well, it's today is what's promised to you, right, my friend? And so I love the word relax, because my mother used to always say to me, River, stop wishing your life away. And I think that's a reference point to that. All right, Denise, over to you, my friend. You're dealing with somebody that's a remote worker. What's your advice to how to embrace it or how to balance it? Because some people want to do half and half. My daughter's like that, 2 days in, 2 days out. You have any from a leadership perspective for somebody that's leading an organization as to how they can approach that new way of working?
Just go with the flow. Everything from when you have your technical problems and challenges, because you will have them. It's okay. That's life. It happens. You could be face to face and something comes up. And I would also say changing that mindset to embrace it. This is the new world. We're in the new times. And you're absolutely right that, the remote work is, I think it's wonderful. And when people say, oh, I can't form the connection, man, that's not true. I can tell you that for in terms of the work I've done online, I have clients all over the place, and I'm here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I have clients all over, and I feel closer to people who are across the ocean than someone I may have been sitting across face to face in my office. So
Right.
I don't, so that. But the biggest thing I would say in terms of, I would say some of the leaders that I've worked with is that work-life balance. Because when you're remote, it's so easy to just keep going and going and going and going and going and going and going. And the next thing you know, they're not working a typical 8-hour day. Maybe a lot of them haven't, but it's bleeding into everything else. And that is a whole other realm of issue that's going on. And then I'm sure Haley could talk about, and Dr. Joy, in terms of relationships and work-life balance and everything else.
Yeah, that's interesting, Denise. You mentioned the word work-life balance. I remember Richard Branson of the Virgin fame said once, he says work-life balance, he says, it's all life. It's really professional, personal balance that you're dealing with, right? And we tend to forget that. Some people look at work as being bad, when in reality, that's just part of the balance that we need to go through in order to have fulfilling lives. So I love that you've referenced that point. All right, Miss Haley, over to you. You're actually, my daughter's name, I did say Miss Haley. We used to call her Haley Whaley because she just cried forever.
Well, Rivers, my nickname was Haley Hallmark because I used to love to make very romantic cards for people.
Love it. All right, my friends, how would you coach somebody that says, this whole remote, I'm thinking about doing it, I don't want to do it, where do I stand, I'm confused? Let's talk about that.
Boundaries and benefits. And so I am speaking to you from my bedroom right now. I am sitting on a TV chair in my bed. But in order for me to have boundaries, my family knows when the door is closed, there is a lock. I have 3 kids with mental health issues, but I tell my husband, honey, I'm on paid client time, or I am keynoting a conference, or I am on an expert panel. Door locked means unless someone is bleeding, nobody comes into mommy's office. Unfortunately, I see so many people that are attempting to work without letting their family know they need sacred space to do it in. And so everything is still happening around them. They haven't turned off their other responsibilities to turn on what they need to do for work. And then you're feeling tugged. So I've given myself permission. When the door is locked, I'm not accountable to the family. I'm accountable to my clients or my community. When the door is not locked and closed, I'm doing admin or buffer work to John Sullivan's strategic coach. They can knock and I can choose to let them in. And when the door is open, well, it's open. And so the first thing is, if you're going to choose to work from home, my friends, if you're listening, decide what level of tight, medium, or loosey-goosey boundaries you need. And how can you teach the other people you live with, if you live with other people, how they can support you in upholding your sacred work time? Otherwise, your workday will take longer if you're distracted in all your working moments. And there's a big difference when Dr. Joy, myself, and Denise are with a client. We can't have, toddlers playing in the background. There's client privacy. It's different if you're on a corporate Zoom call and there's 20 people on there. And the second thing is benefits. Get excited about the added time you're going to have now that you don't commute, don't need to leave buffer time for parking, but you only get to have that extra time if you're really intentional in your workday. If you procrastinate your tasks, if you spend too much time online, if you make far too many lattes than your body really needs to have in a day, you'll think you have a condensed day, but in fact, you aren't productive. So I play a little game with myself, Rivers. Every morning I decide my carrot, what's the joy that's coming at the end of my day. And I know every 15 minutes I waste in my workday rubs into that carrot time of taking my kids hiking, having a picnic, going for that family bike ride, having alone time with my husband. And I'm just not willing to lose those things. So I would encourage you, if you're considering to work from home, to choose your focused work zones, your buffer work zones, and your free time, and really, really decide what you look forward to in your evening. You're going to have to whip your own butt during the day. Stay on task. Otherwise, the day's not going to end any faster. And it's not going to be appropriate. Not every personality type can handle working alone at home. If you struggle with ADHD, executive functioning, if you struggle with seeing clutter or hearing other noises, you might need really good systems and tools to do it, or you might be the person that's allowed to say, telecommuting does not work for me, and I can't wait to get back in my office.
I love
So
that.
know thyself.
I think that's very cool, is that it might not be right for you. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I mean, we're getting into 30 seconds. You have all been amazing. It's been my privilege. Namaste, blessings, faith to all of you. Thank you so much for this opportunity to hang out with you. And I would not have had this opportunity if it hadn't been for COVID. So totally blessed today for all of you. And go visit these ladies, these amazing rock stars at their booth, ladies and gentlemen. Bye-bye, everybody. Be good. Thanks, Jeff.
Thanks, Rivers. That was awesome. And I was definitely very tuned into, especially the parts about working from home, because I've certainly gone through my own struggles with that and, distraction squirrel, many things here to distract me. So I've gone through many versions of an office. And I'm in this office now. It's very quiet in here and nothing to distract me, so it's working for me. And hello and welcome back to Diverse Conversations. I'm super excited that I'm going to be introducing Milton Hunt. Let me tell you a little something about Milton. For more than 20 years, Milton Hunt has lived all that he teaches and speaks in his employee training, motivational speaking, and employee coaching services and programs. Hunt is a Native American, a member of the Lumbee tribe, and that's the 9th largest in the United States. Having embraced his heritage, the principles, methods, and messages he utilizes and shares with clients and audiences are a blend of both professional expertise and personal experience. And I love this, so I'm really happy to give you a big virtual welcome to Milton Hunt.
Thank you so much for those kind words and that introduction. And I certainly want to start right now at this moment by saying thank you so much to Denise, to Gracie and her team for all the hours. Folks, you have no idea what it takes to put on such a monumental 2-day event, coordinating multiple speakers across platforms. Come on, let's do this. We can all do this together. Come on, thank you so much, Gracie and your team. To all the speakers that have given up themselves tirelessly to share and to present on a very meaningful topic in these 2 days. And finally, it would not be possible if you, the participants, did not come by and share. So we hope you've enjoyed yourself over the last 2 days. My goal is to kind of send this off with just thinking about some things as it relates to our topic of these diverse conversations. But I want to talk to you today about maximizing your potential. Folks, I want you to sit back and just for the next 29 and a half minutes, I want to just impact on you some principles that I've lived by. My mentor, Dr. Preston Bruce, has taught me for some 40 years. This has been the life changer, the game changer for me, maximizing your potential. My information is on the screen. You'll get a chance to get some more information from me at the end. I won't go into anything other than what Jeff said, just that I'm very proud to be Native American. Thank you so much, Jeff, for bringing that up. But, as a speaker, I feel like I want to give you something today. So if you have something to write with, if you just go out to this website, you'll get a copy of the genesis of this talk. Where this talk actually spun from. There's actually 10 principles. I'm only going to cover 5 today. But if you go out to miltonhuntsebook.com, you can download an electronic version of today's talk, or more importantly, an electronic copy of my book, which is a subset of the talk today. So why don't we get started? I believe everything starts right here, folks, with attitude. Attitude is the determining factor. My mentor would often say, Milton, you must change the way that you think. And I would often ask, what's wrong with my way of thinking? Why, certainly, I don't see any problem. And then he would say, exactly my point. I want you to examine the way you think. Growing up in Southeast Baltimore, being what we call the smallest minority group in the United States, I had some really tough conversations with people. Along the way, I learned a lot about the world and the world at large. And the most important thing I learned was I was the smallest minority group, and that there was a lot more people that didn't look like me, talk like me, and think like me. So I had to learn to live, work, and play with people that were from a different culture, different backgrounds, different beliefs. So Dr. Bruce would often say, change the way you think. So I thought, okay, what's wrong with my way of thinking? He said, Milton, finish this for me. He said, when life gives you lemons, and I said, well, Dr. Bruce, I've heard that 100 times. When life gives you lemons, you make lemonade. He said, that's the problem right there. When life gives you lemons, I want you to pick the seeds out of them and plant them and grow an orchard so you can take care of yourself as well as others. I want you to change your mentality, your thought process, your perceptions, the way you look at things, seeing the world through a different lens, understanding what's really going on. Wow, that was quite a bit to grasp at age 23. I remember he said, is the glass half empty or half full? And I thought, well, I'm certainly going to get this one. It's half full. He just kind of shook his head and looked at me and said, I want you to change your attitude about that. I want you to see the glasses running over. Matter of fact, I want you to have this perception. Hold your feet up. They're about to get wet. Because why? My cup runneth over. And he had an interesting way in bringing perspective to a lot of things that expanded my attitude. It helped me see things different. Hey, let me just give you a real quick definition. Maybe this will help you. The definition of diversity just simply means how we differ one from another. That's all that means. It has nothing to do with race. Matter of fact, you can have 100 Native Americans in a room and have entire diversity you've never seen. Some will wear glasses, some wouldn't. Some would be tall, some would be short. Some would have college degrees, some would be high school dropouts. Some would be millionaires, some would be below the poverty level. So diversity really just means how we differ one from another. So sit back today and let's just embark upon these 5 principles that I want to talk about. I call them the master keys. In other words, if you get these, folks, I just truly believe in my heart, you'll be propelled to go on to do greater things, higher heights, reach more people. You see, as a Native American growing up, Dr. Bruce said one thing to me growing up. He met me at age 18. I'll never forget. Came into my life. We were in a Native American mentoring program, and he said this most important thing. And I want to say this to you today. And I encourage you to share this with others in your travels, in your walks, with your family and friends. He would always look me in the face and say, Milton, I believe in you. And there was something powerful about him believing in me. And I remember one day saying, Dr. Bruce, I just got to be honest. I don't quite believe in myself. And he looked at me and said, but that's okay. He said, I want you to borrow the belief that I have in you until you can get belief in yourself. Wow, that was a lot for me to grasp at that day. So today, I don't know where you're at in your walk in life. I don't know where your belief system is today. I don't know where you're at, but I'm so glad you're here right now. Let's cover these 5 points. The first one, the most important one, is purpose. Folks, is anybody here today watching, listening, understand the 2 most important days of your life? I'll wait as you think about it. Oh, that's right. You're not here in front of me, so I got to tell you. The 2 most important days of your life. The day that you're born and the day that you discover your purpose and passion for living. Mine was December the 7th of 1989. After 20 years, Dr. Bruce pouring into my life, it finally made sense. All the things that he said, the light went off. I'm so glad he didn't leave me in year 19. I'm so glad he didn't quit on me in year 18. I'm so glad he kept believing in me. Here's what purpose really is. Purpose is the meaningful thing that pushes you outside of your comfort zone, that does not allow you to stay trapped in the body that you were never meant to be in. Purpose takes you to places you never thought you could go to higher heights that you never believed you could be. So what is purpose? It's the driving force. You see, once you discover your purpose and passion for living, life is a joy. Folks, I got to tell you, I don't know if you quite figured this out, but I enjoy what I do. I get a chance to speak in front of 3 continents, 25 countries, 20 to 30,000 people a year. And I'm not telling you that to impress you. I'm telling you that I discovered my purpose because somebody believed in me. Somebody believed in me. Here's a good indicator that you'll know when you've discovered your purpose. 3 distinct things will happen. Number 1, the thing that you do every day will bring you the greatest amount of joy. You can't even explain it. I didn't say money. I didn't say wealth. I said joy, fulfillment. There's a big difference between joy and happiness. I don't have time to get into that. I encourage you to research that. The second thing is it will bring others joy when you do it. Think about musicians. Think about people that write poetry and how the joy it gives them, but yet when people read it and hear it, Think about when people cook these incredible dishes and cakes and pie and desserts, whatever they may do. It gives them joy, but it also gives others joy. Think about all the things in the world that we see and do and learn that gives us joy. It probably gave somebody else joy as well. And the third indicator is you'll be asked to perform, to do this over and over and over again. Why? Because it brings you joy, others joy, and that we all have a win-win or we benefit from it. You see, nothing happens in life until you discover your purpose. So here's what I want you to do. Sometimes it's easier to sit down with a legal pad and figure out what we don't want to do versus what we want to do, what our real purpose is. Now, if you have a job that you participate in, or you have a place of employment, that may not be your purpose. It may be something outside of work that fulfills you. But you have to define the purpose. Listen why, don't miss this. Man needs to be, and woman needs to be in congruency with something. That brings us joy, it brings fulfillment, it brings happiness, it brings peace, it brings joy, love, and all the rest of those things. So the first thing to maximize your potential, please, if you got something, write this down. Discover your purpose in living. I encourage you, do not be a wandering generality, but be a meaningful specific. Figure out today, before the sun goes down, what is it I was put on this earth to do? What is my real purpose for living? The quicker you discover it, the better off we'll all be. The second thing Dr. Bruce always talked about to me, he said, if you want to maximize your potential, you have to understand the power of relationships. And I thought, okay, this ought to be good. He said, there's 3 distinct relationships that you should have in your life. And Dr. Bruce, I should go ahead and stop and tell you, was probably, if you've read the book Wysocki, Rich Dad, Poor Dad, he was my rich dad. Not rich in wealth, but rich in knowledge, rich in love, rich in caring, rich in compassion. Not to mention, he taught me how to love. He taught me how to be a man. He taught me the essence of life. While my father, I loved him, he could only take me to a certain place in life because he had never been there. But Dr. Bruce came to my life and mentored me. Folks, until 2 years ago when I carried him to his final resting place, I still think about today, all of our times together, all the words that he poured into me. But let me share with you what he talked about when he said relationship. He said there's 3 relationships that you must have, Milton, that are imperable. It's imperative to your success. And I thought, okay, I'm writing again, because every time he talked, I had a little, I guess what you call those little binder books, and I would write all the time. And this day, it really kind of dawned on me. I didn't have these. Let me share with you what they are. The first relationship he said you must have is with yourself. And I thought, man, that's an interesting concept, to be in relationship with myself. How are we going to be in relationship with others in this diverse world if we're not even in a relationship with ourselves? How are we going to go on to impact the world and change the world when we don't even like us? So here's the test he gave me. He said, every morning when you brush your teeth, look in the mirror and ask yourself this question. Do you like you? Because if you don't like you, you're going to take you with you, impacting upon people. He said, be in relationship with yourself. Be in congruency with yourself, like you. Folks, it was a lot of work that I had to do to clean out these 6 inches right here. This 6 inches in my head had a lot of garbage, had seen a lot of things, had a lot of stereotypes. You know, you've heard them all from the Native American standpoint. I'm sure you have. And man, the garbage that was in my mind, I had to go into the recesses and begin to dilute the things that I had seen, heard, and learned. The second relationship Dr. Bruce said is imperative that you have is your relationship with your significant other, your spouse, your pet, your partner, whatever it is you have at home, you spend quality time with. He said, why is that important? He said, because that is the essence of really who you are. He would often say, when you're alone with yourself, that's really who you are. But we find out a lot more about you from those that love you the most and spend the most time with you. Be in relationship. I thought, man, that's an interesting one. You know, because in my neighborhood where I grew up, maybe some of you can relate to this. My father would often say, it's my way or the highway. And I'm not sure the relationship in my home was conducive to love and to growth. And I had to relearn some things. Don't miss that. I had to relearn some things. While the learning curve of life had brought me to a moment in time, I had to relearn some things. Wow, powerful, powerful. But I understood that because I watched him as the greatest example. Married to his girlfriend, he called her, Kelleen, of some 50 years. Wow, what a loving relationship. Sometimes you need examples to follow if you don't have them. The third relationship, he said, is imperative that you have. He said, you must be in relationship with the people that you spend 60 to 65 to 70% of your life with, people at work. And I thought, well, that's a whole new challenge unto itself. They don't think like me. They don't talk like me. They have different belief systems than me. And that's when the experiment began. He said, you must understand that in a world that's larger than you, you're going to meet people all along the way that don't think like you, talk like you. But the key is, how will you influence them? Not convince them, he would say. Influence them. And nobody influences anybody that doesn't have a relationship with them. I encourage you today to work on your relationships. Your mantle of leadership requires it. The next level where you want to be right now is a decision away and working on relationships. I know, I can hear you right now. I can hear you. Well, I don't like them. That's okay. That's okay. There's going to be quite a few people along the way you're not going to like. Well, I'm tolerating them. That's okay. That's okay. They're probably tolerating you too. Don't worry about it. Build you for what lies ahead. Relationships. Imperative that you have them if you want to taste the fruit of success. The next one Dr. Bruce would constantly share with me is fortitude, your ability to overcome obstacles. He would often say, can you stand in the face of defeat and take one more step? He would often say, life is going to come by and sit on your doorsteps at the most inopportune time. Oh, if he wasn't right. I remember when my mom passed, the only child. I lost my mom. How hard that was. I remember medically having some things happen that devastated me. I remember the setbacks of life, just like they were sitting right here on my shoulders. But oh, I got great news for you. Les Brown said it the best. He said, if you must fall down, I pray you land on your back. Because if you can look up, you can get up. You see, here's what we really find. We find what you're made out of when we go through the struggles of life. Oh, you want to maximize your potential? Get ready for the storms ahead, because they're coming. We're going to find out just who you really are in just a little while. Hey, folks, the pandemic has taught us a lot. It taught us a lot about ourselves, about our country, about our beliefs, about our actions, about where we're going, how we're respected, how we love. Oh, I think it was just a course correction. That's just me. You get your own opinion. But we must overcome. That's what we are. Show me someone that will overcome, and I'll show you someone to become. You may be a person that listening today that is saying, Milt, you don't know what I'm going through. I don't need to know what you're going through. I just need to know, will you take one more step? Will you keep going? That's all I need to know. You don't know my situation. I don't need to know it. I just need to know, will you take one more step? Fortitude. Fortitude lies within you. It's the thing that we can't measure. I can't look up to you and say, that person's going to make it. But boy, I can see some characteristic and traits that tells me, that's very clear to me, there's an overcomer. Booker T. Washington said it the best. He said, man should not be measured by the success he's achieved in life. Man should be measured by the obstacles that he has had to overcome. Show me an overcomer, and I'll show you a becomer. Fortitude. Where does that word line up in your life? Are you the person that when things come in, you say this, oh, it's me? Well, I got news for you. Get ready to say that a few more times. I've learned that when struggles and challenges come, it's learning time. I've learned to go into the laboratory of life and ask this question, not why, but what do I need to do? I stop asking why. Why is a hindrance question. I ask, what do I need to do? What do I need to change? What do I need to correct? Sometimes it's my heart. Sometimes it's my mind. Sometimes it's my calendar. Sometimes it's my action. Sometimes it's my relationships. Fortitude. Let's not stay stuck where we're at. Let's move beyond this place of what we call comfort. Well, Dr. Bruce would really spend a lot of time on this one. He would talk about life plan to me. And I thought, that's kind of interesting, having a plan for your life. Now, at 18, I didn't quite get this, but somewhere along my 30s, it made a lot more sense than it did at 18. Because I don't know if you can remember this, but at 18, I was going to live to be 145, and people that were 30 and 40 were just ancient to me. But then as I got older, I started to understand the importance of being the architect of your own life, planning your own life versus having others. And I should submit to you today, if you don't have goals for your life, don't worry about it. Somebody with goals is going to be by real soon to tell you what to do. And you are probably not going to like it. That's why it's important to be the architect of your own life, to design your own life. So Dr. Bruce would talk about goals. He would say, Milton, 87% of the population don't even have goals. And I would say, but that seems kind of that seems high, Dr. Bruce. He would say, yeah, but let me explain to you what I mean. He said, having goals is a well-defined goal-setting plan. And I thought, well, that sounds different. He said, not just a date attached to it, not just tactical reasons on how I'm going to obtain it, but here's the thing most people are missing when they set goals, he said. At this point, I sit up in my chair and I take my pencil out, and I'm keeping in my notebook copious notes because I can't wait to hear this one. He said they must attach a pain statement to it. And I thought, pain statement. He said, yes, something that moves you when you become complacent, lazy, and you don't want to fight anymore. And I thought, that's pretty interesting. I'm going to write these goals down, and I'm going to accomplish this by the end of the month, and this is how I'm going to do it. But a pain statement, he said, yeah, write this down next to it. If I don't accomplish it by the end of the month, this is what's going to happen. It's going to be adverse to me. That's your motivator. He said people are driven by two forms of life, pain and pleasure. And you need to figure out what your motivator is. And I was real clear right that day. It's pain. Pain sits on my shoulder right here. I don't want to go back to my past. I don't want to go back to the streets of Southeast Baltimore. I don't want to go back to the time of alcoholism, drug abuse, neglect. I don't want to go back to incarceration. I don't want to go back to those moments. So I set goals. Some of you become so comfortable. Let me get a little closer. You become so comfortable that your children are watching and you've lost the fire. Your employees are watching and they've lost the fire. They don't see it in you. But yet you want to lead people. Maybe it's time to get out of the way. Leaders set goals. We challenge ourselves beyond where we're at to where we want to be. Yes, it's okay to be comfortable just for a little while, but be careful that comfort doesn't end up being a rut and stuck. And Dr. Bruce said, you know the difference between a grave and a rut, Milton? And I thought, dirt? He said, yeah, dirt. Except the only difference is one's got dirt in your face, one you're stuck in the dirt. So dirt is the only difference between a rut and a grave, is the dirt in your face. He said, I'm going to encourage you to set some goals. Set lifetime goals. Lifetime goals. That was way beyond my scope of thinking. So here it is. Let me give you my ultimate goal. And I encourage you today to develop one. You can wake me up in the middle of the night. You can hold a .45 revolver right over top of me and repeat your goals. And I got them verbatim. But this is my ultimate goal. Don't miss this. My ultimate goal is to leave the world a better place as a result of my being. To positively impact upon the thousands of people's lives that I will encounter while on this earth for such a short period of time. And on the last day, when they put me in the ground, have them say something other than he was a nice guy. To leave a legacy and a platform that my family, my loved ones, can go on the mission that Dr. Bruce poured into me at age 18 of leaving the world a better place as a result of my being. That's my mission statement. It's who I am. What is yours? What do you want to be known for? What will people say about you? He would often say, the goal that you need to set is the one that you're running from. Oh, if he didn't get on my nerves. One more day of him. I was so upset. And I would go home and I would read the notes and I would say, Milton, he just loves you. He cares about you. He's pouring into your life. You should be thankful that somebody crossed your path that loves you this much. So today, I love you enough to share with you what my mentor shared with me. I hope this helps you. He would say, set goals, Milton. Set goals for your life. So now today, I can't think 12 months out. I got to be honest with you. That's real tough for me. So he said, here's what your strategy is. You set 30-day goals. And with the end of 30 days, the only thing you measure is your activity. Don't measure anything but your activity. What could you have done different? What did you do right? What do you need to do more of? What do you need to do less of? And every 30 days, he said, you complete this process for 12 times, and that's 1 year. If you can't set your goals, just do it 30 days at a time. And folks, I've become a 30-day sprinter. Every first of the month, I write my goals down, and I evaluate on the last day of the month, just like Dr. Bruce said. And I got news for you. What's funny is they've all just added up, just like he said. Yeah, I meet people all the time say, I have my goals right here. Let me tell you what he told me about that. He said, that's the worst place to have them. He said, when you have your goals in your head, the problem is you don't believe them. And I thought, well, sure I do. They're in my head. He goes, oh, no. Why? He says, when you write your goals, you're not writing on paper. You're writing in your subconscious mind. Because you can't believe nothing that you can't see. That's why you got to get it out of your head and on paper. And then it gets in your heart. Then it becomes part of your being. Then you wake up in the morning and you got them posted and you got them over top of the visor of your car and they're in the bathroom on your mirror and they're next to the TV that you need to turn off and start reading something, he would say. Because boy, wait till I tell you what he said about reading. But my goodness, that changed my life right there. That one thing of having a plan for my life. Let's go on to the last point. So Dr. Bruce said, Milton, you are where you're at because of some reasons. And I thought, what might they be? He said, the first one is your association. He said, your association is a byproduct of where you're going to be. He said, the second reason that you're stuck and trapped right where you are is you're not reading. I said, sure, I'm reading. I'm reading Sports Illustrated. I'm reading this little paper that comes, about all the celebrities. And he says, oh, no. He said, you should be careful what you put into here. You should guard it. He said, you should read, but be careful what you read. Because watch, don't miss this. What goes in here affects here. What goes in here changes this. What goes in here comes out here. He often said I needed to read. So he told me my association needed to change. I hope I'm talking to someone right now. I hope I'm helping you. I hope that the people that you are in your inner circle, I'm going to ask you, maybe it's examination time. So he said I had to read. Listen to the next thing he said. He said it's important that you examine your own belief system. What do you believe and why do you believe it? Don't believe what other people believe. Examine your belief system. You talk about a challenge. You talk about exercise. To sit down alone and alone, not with people, alone and ask myself, why do I believe the way I believe? I started to realize I believe that way because that's the way my mother and father believed. I started to realize I believe that way is because that's what my English teacher called me. I'm starting to believe that way because that's what my next door neighbor said. Only to realize none of those were valid reasons for my belief system. if you get nothing out of my talk today, sit down and examine, why do you believe what you believe? He said, you got to change your attitude. You got to change the way you think. You got to see the world as what it's going to become, not the limitations. You got to see yourself where you can be, not where you are. Man, if it wasn't just every day a learning lesson. And I've only shared the first 5 with you. If you get that ebook, you can learn the other 5. But I'm going to give you a tip on what one of them was. One of them was the secret of love. Oh, love yourself, he said. I thought I did. No, I didn't. I was wearing a mask. Please don't miss this. I was wearing a mask as a man, and I was holding it so nobody would pull it off my face every day because I wanted them to see that guy, not the guy behind the mask. Oh, I'm helping somebody here this afternoon. You want to maximize your potential? Live by those 5 principles and go get that ebook and learn about the other 5. All I can tell you is this. I am so thankful that on that cold October evening at the Baltimore American Indian Center, at our Native American program, at 113 South Broadway Street in Fells Point, he came by. He came by. 40 years of tutelage to be able to sit at his feet and learn. I wish I had one more minute just to hear his voice one more time. Now, I encourage you to be a mentor. Find people that you can pour into. But more importantly, be a person that somebody wants to hear from. I often say, it's time for men to become men of characters instead of characters to begin with. Hey, this kind of brings me to a point where they've asked me to have some Q&A. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you these social media outlets. I want you to go to my YouTube channel and just see all the countless videos on everything you've heard here and seen here today. Man, my platform of choice is LinkedIn. I would love to have you there. It's how I met Denise and Gracie and the rest of these great folks on here. And just come on out. Let's get in this virtual environment and the social media platform and learn. So I just thank you for your participation. Jeff, I'm going to toss it back to you, and I'm going to see if we have any questions, any thoughts, and we want to do a little Q&A if some people want to share. But Jeff, hey, listen, let's give Jeff a big round of applause. Jeff's been working real hard, folks. Come on now. Come on, we can do better than that.
Thanks, Hilton, man. You are on fire. You got me fired up in here. I'm sweating a little bit in this room. I love it, man. Your attitude is on the mark here, and
Thanks, Jeff.
You know, it's like it's something I have to dig down for sometimes to bring it, you know, bring your better self out for these events. But man, you got it. So awesome. So I have a couple questions to throw at you here, so we can get into it a little bit more.
All right.
You know, this is something. This question came up, and this is a struggle for so many people. And you mentioned purpose.
Yeah.
Because I know it's so powerful when you can connect to your purpose. Is there any tips you can give people on how to find their purpose?
Yes. The first thing is purpose is found in a place where I call the quietness. Like, you're not going to go to the mall and buy purpose. You're not going to go on Amazon and discover your purpose. You may, but chances are purpose is spent over time, asking some very questions. Dr. Bruce would say, Milton, if you ask yourself the right questions, you'll get the right answers. He said, you need to learn how to ask yourself questions and stop asking yourself the wrong questions. Like, for example, when things happen to me, I would say, why? He'd say, that's the wrong question to ask. What am I supposed to learn is the right question. So how do we discover our purpose? Jeff, for me, it was a matter of sitting down and weeding out some things. Like, I had to figure out what I didn't want to do. That was the easiest place to start. Like, I knew what I didn't want to do. Then I started being open-minded to learning new things. Sometimes at 8, and by the way, I'm 60. At 60, it gets tough to say the learning curve of life is still going. Man, you got to, if you want to find the pinnacle of your life, it may not be where you're at.
I'm closing on it.
Pardon?
Hey, we've got a question here. What are 2 action steps that I can take towards getting along with a coworker that I just don't like but have to work with?
Okay. First thing is, you do not have to work with them. You can go get another job. So stop limiting yourself. Okay. Okay, that's the first thing. Change the way you think. Remember, that was part of my training. Change the way you think. Let's say that now we decided we want to stay there and get along with this person. Then it's a conversation that goes like this. Watch. You meet with the person, you say, listen, I thought we should have a conversation. I'm not retiring. I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to be here for 10 more years, and so are you. Are we going to coexist together? Can we have a mutual working relationship? If not, what do we need to do to get there? Sometimes you just got to have some, as the title of our training, some difficult conversations. Sometimes you got to have some conversations with people that are uncomfortable. Sometimes, don't miss this, Jeff, we can have some courageous conversations. Go to some places where, hey, I'm uncomfortable. It's okay. You should learn to get comfortable being uncomfortable. But I like having a conversation with people. I like being very open to people. This is, and don't attack the person. Talk about the issue. Don't tell, I don't like you because. Don't start there. Start here. When you do this, this is how I feel. When you say this, this is how I feel. And what they may end up telling you is that's not directed at you. You're taking it personal. And I wasn't even really meaning that. And so it's really a conversation that has to be had. But the first thing I want you to do is don't say you have to be there with that person, because you do not. Next question, Jeff.
I like that right out of the gate. You're right. We do kind of box ourselves in with what's possible. And
because, Jeff, we've got to change the way we think.
I'm with you, brother. Totally. All right, here's another one for you.
Go ahead.
How do you decide which mentor is right for you, and what advice do you have for the audience to choose their next best hire, as in hiring the next mentor, coach, consultant, or therapist? How do you choose?
First of all, you don't have to hire a mentor. Let's get that out of the way. You should hire a coach, but you don't hire a mentor. And for those people that are here that sell coaching services, contact this person. But I mentor people because I don't charge people, because here's why. Nobody charged me. And there's some great people on here that can help you. Get in touch with them. But here's the first thing you should do. You should approach somebody that is in the station in life that this is mentoring. It's not coaching. There's a distinct difference. You should find somebody that's in the station in life you want to be, that you respect. And the conversation sounds like this. Hey, Jeff, listen, I know you're a very busy man. I've watched you over the years. I've watched you go to the pinnacles of success. I love to just be able to buy you a cup of coffee and bend your ear and ask a few questions. Jeff, I need about 13 to 14, no more than 15 minutes. Could you extend that for me, Jeff? And Jeff is saying, hey, I got somebody that's watched me grow, knows about me, respects my time. Now, Jeff, here's the key when we have this mentor relationship. I'm not talking when we're in front of each other. I'm listening. I may be talking to share what I want, and then I be quiet and I listen. Mentor relationship, the mentee-mentor relationship is special. This is where we build trust one to another. And I'm pouring into your life based upon my experiences of what I've gone through. I encourage you to find somebody. There's somebody in your company, your community. But don't waste their time. Don't sit down with them every week and come back and ask them the same questions. Are you kidding me? That's not a mentor. You need a psychiatrist.
So true. That's super important. Super important. Find the people that you admire and want to be like, but remember, respect their time and really value the advice they can give you. Here's a quick question that came up. What are some tips for handling defeat? Something real quick you could tell.
Yes. Defeat. Okay, here's what defeat is. Defeat is an event to find out what you're really made out of. Did we lay down at 9/11? No. We got ourselves together. Did the people of Louisiana lay down? No. We're going to find out what you're really made out of. Defeat is an event that calls on everything inside of you. Matter of fact, you should look at defeat as these types of as an opportunity to overcome. What can I learn? What can I learn? Ask the right question, not why. What can I learn? What should I be doing? Ask the right question, not why. Sometimes you have to change the way you think about things. You ready for this? Jeff, I have not been out of this studio in my home for 24 months. If you'd have told me I'd be here doing this, talking to a 4-inch camera, I don't even know where the people are at. But Jeff, I talk all around the world now. This has been the greatest blessing to me. Why? Because I thought it was defeat when it came by. It looked like defeat. It was called pandemic. Oh, no. It was time to rethink. It was time to reshape. It was time to reinvent. That's what it was. Now I got a global business that I can go anywhere where there's an internet connection, Jeff. Are you kidding me? I had to change the way that I think.
I love that, and that's so true, man. I've been in my box for quite a while now as well, and I'm finding the benefits, including pants are optional. So it's good to find the joy in any of these things.
Hey, Jeff, don't tell anybody else that again, please. Pants are optional. We don't say that, Jeff. That's not good.
Well, too. Okay, we are wrapping it up here, Milton.
Hey, let's give Denise a big round of applause for having vision to do this. Can we do that? Denise had the vision to do this. Yes, Denise had the vision to do this, and Gracie brought her team and the resources and all the speakers. Hey, listen, that's what it's all about. We all come together and become better as a result of collaboration. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you, man. And now we're going to cut to acute inflections.
Oh, pirates, yes, play rough. I sold I to the merchant ships. Minutes after they took I from the bottomless pit, but my hand was made strong by the hand of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever have, redemption song, redemption song. Emancipate yourselves from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop the tide. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Who some say it's just a part of it. We've got to fulfill the book. Won't you help to sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever have, redemption song, redemption song, redemption song, yes, redemption song. I see trees of green and roses too. I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Oh yes, yes, I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the joy scary nights, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow
Thank you, Acute Inflections. Again, I can't tell you how honored I am to always follow you guys after you've provided us some grooves. And I have to say the reggae beats really speak to me just because of my Jamaican roots. But enough of that. I am just sitting here thinking a bit about all the different conversations we've had over the last 2 days, and especially just some of the keynotes that Milton highlighted in when he was giving us his fire chat. And oh my goodness, did he bring the fire? I'm sitting here just reflecting on my own, I guess, quiet dissatisfaction and my own journey and a little bit of my story as I think about some of the lessons that we've heard this afternoon, over the last 2 days, et cetera, et cetera. And I'm thinking back to about 6 years ago, and I kept asking myself the questions: what's wrong, Denise? What is it? What's going on? What's missing? And I didn't have any answers. And if you just heard Milton, of course I didn't. Those weren't the right questions to be asking. And all I know at that time, though, I was stuck, profoundly stuck. Perhaps you can relate. I was in a profession and I had a lot of success, but I had that dissatisfaction, but I didn't really know what was wrong. I was just, I don't know, upset, feeling lost. But if you were looking at me on the outside, you would never guess any of that. You know, it was, everything seemed all together, all the trappings of success and vibrancy and all that different things. You know, because I was about 20 years into my career, a career as a leader in mental health, forensics, correctional health, all that sort of things. It also happened to be a career I had fallen into after, again, I think a few of you may have heard me say this yesterday. I was a criminology student and I was studying to be a lawyer, and I quickly decided that that wasn't for me. So actually this career that I had fallen into was a pivot basically at the time to salvage the years of schooling and money I'd poured into to do it. And don't get me wrong, I did enjoy it. You know, I went from a student when I went there to climbing up every step of the ladder, from part-time, full-time into management, and leading big, small, and everything in between in teams, multi-million-dollar teams, in fact. Also having to navigate challenging systems, whether it's in healthcare or correction system and all of that sort of thing. But one of the things I noticed as I started to climb the ladder was I seemed to get away from that stimulation in terms of like thinking about an exchange of ideas in terms of where are all the forward-thinking leaders and where are we being innovative and how are we channeling and moving change forward, especially in systems like this. And I fell into thinking, well, this is the trap of management, isn't it? Like where you're just basically dotting I's and crossing T's and all that sort of thing. Because I know at the time what I was craving was stepping into leadership, as I obviously was stepping up the ladder. And to me, leadership was feeding into people, feeding into growing them, developing them, being the best you can, not just maintaining that status quo. So at the time I said, okay, I've tapped into something here with leadership. Let me dive into some personal development and books. So any sort of conference, any sort of book, any sort of workshop I could get my hands on, that is what Denise was diving into. And, you know, it abated my curiosity and my feelings for a little bit, but I knew that that wasn't it, because I was still working hard, spinning my wheels, and I still had these moments of frustration going, what's going on? This still isn't it. I'm becoming more learned, but this isn't fulfilling me. And I also deeply knew that I wasn't hitting the mark in terms of how I led others, much less myself. And as I continued with this spiral, I also was spiraling towards burnout. And for me, what that shows up as getting run down, you know, catching every cold and everything else that comes with it as I get run down, having, I guess, that lack of energy. And then also then, because of that lack of energy, not showing up very present in whether it's my relationships at home, family, and of course, my colleagues at work, and of course, the clients. and all the other negative behavioral and attitudinal, emotional consequences that heading towards burnout basically imparts. And I didn't like it one bit. I didn't like where I was at. I didn't like me. But at the time, though, even though that was going on, I had a conflict because I was actually good at what I did. And I don't say that with any sort of arrogance. I was beyond grateful for where I was at and the accomplishments that I had attained. And I was actually quite proud of them. But I just was genuinely unhappy. And I knew that I had more to give. And I knew that I had a purpose. And as Milton spoke about, I wasn't in my purpose. I wasn't aligned. And I was obviously still trying to find and attain what that was. So I knew that I wasn't put on this earth to grind out year after year for year in this leadership career, in the career that I was down to. So what I did as my more higher level thinking was I hired a coach, not a mentor, as he made that distinction. I hired an executive coach. And I did that because I knew something had to shift, and I knew I had to change me. And boy, oh boy, oh boy, when I hired my coach, I don't think at the time I knew what I was in for, because it stretched me beyond anything I would have ever imagined. And I think at the time I would have probably run away screaming, just in terms of the challenging of the mindset and the challenging of the attitudes, all those key things that Milton had alluded to and some of the others had alluded to earlier. So I never looked back. Once I dug into what we were talking about in terms of limiting belief, overcoming self-doubt, gaining that confidence, and coming to these new realizations and meanings and living from that place, it changed me profoundly. And I found it. I found my spark, because I'm like, that's it. It's not only just how I want to be showing up, but pouring that into others, developing that with my other leaders and teams. That's what actually led me on my own journey to develop my own coaching business, because I found it finally after 20 some years in a business that, it was okay. But that's what we're here to do, guys. It's all about stepping into your best self, finding that empowerment so that you can live your life on your own terms, in your own way, in whatever that way means to you. And as we also said, making those extraordinary impacts on the world and moving everything forward. If anything I have shared in my journey, and that's a snippet of it, and Nicole's notes of it leaves you inspired and leaves you encouraged to take more steps forward than I've served. This entire conference for the last 2 days came from a vision, as was alluded to. And it's because I've stepped into my purpose that we've now stepped into where we are here today. And I can't say how grateful and profoundly thankful I am for that. And I'll leave you with those wise words.
Thank you for that, Denise. That was awesome. And now I have the pleasure of introducing Rivers Corbett. Although not a chef himself, Rivers Corbett knows the recipe for creating businesses that stand out. From a small startup in 1998 that brought chefs into people's homes to 2020 that had grown into a 7-figure talent agency providing chefs for private and corporate events. When COVID hit, he launched Cheftorial, which is an online company that brings culinary classes to virtual events such as corporate conferences, fundraisers, and dinner parties. Rivers is a passionate advocate for the power of entrepreneurs. We need you, Rivers. Entrepreneurs can save the world. Thanks, man.
Right on, brother. All right, so I'm going to share my screen now because I am all ready. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And Denise, again, thank you for being our host for the last few days. I think that today, both of them are just absolutely amazing. So great stuff, Jeff. You know, Milton said it all. And what I want to ask the dude is whether or not he was wearing that suit for the last 24 months. Because, well, first, it's a rock star suit. But second of all, that would be masterful. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take you on a bit of a journey today, really in reflection to what Jeff has just taken you through of a bit of my career. Indeed, I've been an entrepreneur for over 25 years. I've served with in many capacities, the entrepreneur in residence of government, universities. But my passion is to be in the trenches. My passion is to be a player coach. My passion is to really fulfill what I think I've been brought to this earth to do, which is to play in the game of entrepreneurship and to help those who need help along the way to be successful in that space too. So one thing that Jeff didn't mention in his introduction, and Jeff's a kind man, but I'm going to put it out there. I lost everything during COVID. I had a business that was consistently providing me revenue. It was in 7 figures, as he made reference to, but I lost everything during that when COVID hit. Gone in 2 weeks. I was one of these people that said, oh, this will be coming back in 2 weeks, kind of like the SARS thing back when it happened. And it didn't. And I had to really reach back to some key fundamentals for moving forward in my next stage, my entrepreneur career. And I want to share with you those fundamentals today that I think are key to ultimately, whether it's COVID or not COVID, but there's some key fundamentals that you can gravitate towards, you can hold on to from a mindset perspective. And when I work with entrepreneurs, I really focus in on their mindset. You see, because the game of entrepreneurship is just that. It has rules associated with it. And the more you practice it, the more your potential for success with it. And so but if you don't go into the game of entrepreneurship or even continue on with the right mindset, then in my opinion, you're just going to at some point in time get out of the game, because it has a unique element to it. So I'm going to take you through some recipes for success. As Jeff mentioned, I am not a chef. I am not a cook, but I've had some great success along the way in building a chef talent agency with regards to my career. And when COVID came along, I did start a new agency, a virtual agency, which not only were bringing culinary experiences virtually, bridging the physical world with the digital world, but we are also able to help chefs and cooks who are displaced because of this terrible, terrible thing happening around the world, looking for ways in which they can change a new career, which they can focus in on doing some unique things in their life, which they can then turn around and finally have a lifestyle that we want. So we provide a vehicle for guests to experience. We really became the food and beverage kind of solution to virtual events. When you think about it, before COVID, there's 2 things when you're organizing events. Where's it going to be, and what about the food? In virtual events, it's the last thing you think about. And so we're able to bring that together through unique elements called cheftorials, and we are now helping chefs also build their own cheftorial business so that they can have the lifestyle that they so desperately are looking for amongst all this craziness that's going on. So what I want to do today is take you through a journey of a mindset of about 5 different elements that have served me well as an entrepreneur through the ups and downs. And look, ladies and gentlemen, it is a roller coaster. But as I remember a movie by Steve Martin, it was The Father of the Bride, and all this chaos was going on around him. And the little grandmother was there as part of the deal. And she said to Steve Martin at the time, who was the father of the bride, said, you know, when I was a little girl, I always enjoyed the roller coaster much more than I enjoyed the merry-go-round. It's the journey of the entrepreneur. There's ways in which you can be successful. The first one is something that I like to call ZAG. Now, ZAG has been a very, very powerful mindset for me as I have, 1, existed as a human being on the planet, but also 2, as I've existed as being an entrepreneur. And ZAG is all about doing things differently. You zag when everybody else zigs. Yeah, you follow the sheep, you're a sheep, you're going to be treated, you're going to be given the same opportunity as everybody else. But if you take the mindset in your business that you have to be different, you have to stand out, then you are 99% of the way there, because your service offering, as long as it meets the needs of a consumer base, will instantly have interest with somebody. Instantly, there'll be people who will want to know what it is that you do. Now, here's the cool thing about the reference to zag. And I always ask myself when I'm doing big things with my business, when I'm making decisions with my business, is this a zag? And the key with the zag is that, again, it has to be different, but it doesn't have to be big different. It doesn't have to be a technological advancement. It doesn't have to be some health satisfying reference to I've just cured cancer. No, it can be little things. And these are the things that actually allow you to be much more powerful as an entrepreneur who is smaller than those that are bigger, because it's hard for them to move and be zagging. And so some of the things you can do relate to customer service. Some of the things you can do relate to how you ultimately have a customer relationship. Yes, I mean, I ran a restaurant once. It was actually, I ran a chain of them. It was called Relish Gourmet Burgers. And when people would come into Relish Gourmet Burgers, the entire staff would yell, "Welcome!" And we would just go crazy for people coming to our restaurant. Because when you think about it, that's what you do when people go into your homes. You get excited about them. Most restaurant owners didn't do that. And we were able to deliver an environment around these burgers that was really special. So ask yourself the question, are you zagging when everybody else zigs? And when you do that, also from a personal perspective, I swear it will take you places that you never would have thought you would experience before. Do the zag, don't do the zig. The next one that's really important, I love this this picture, because what you need to understand, ladies and gentlemen, remember, these are fundamentals that exist no matter what situation you're in with business. Doesn't matter COVID or not. And so when I had to reinvent myself as an entrepreneur building Cheftorial, I made sure that these key fundamentals were always in place for me, because they're so important. This one is all about dating. You see, all successful business is a dating game. And when you think about the whole process of dating, it's all about, yes, gazing into each other's eyes and saying, I love hanging out with you. And the other thing that's cool about dating is when you're in that mode, when you're in that honeymoon stage, you are all about the needs of the other person. You can't get enough from the other person, but you get that because you give so much. And so there's so much reciprocation that's happening in that relationship with your customer. Now, here's the great thing about being in business. You get to choose who you want to date. And so that avatar that you create around your business to deliver what you're really special with, and this is what a lot of the coaches are able to do in this conversation today and yesterday, is they identified who they like to hang out with, serve, and help. In other words, they get to date. But the key is in dating is you want to make sure that you are addressing the needs of the customer. And the more you identify the needs of the customers, which takes time, remember that. If you're in a relationship now, you know that it takes time to intimately get to know the needs of the individual. So the more you take the attitude that all business is a dating game, the more success you're going to have, because it's the dating mode in a relationship that makes it special, and you create those types of relationships. Now, here's the other advantage when you always remember you're in that dating game, is that the customer becomes emotionally connected with you. So now you start to eliminate all those other ones that are price conscious. All of those competitors that are out there saying, buy mine because it's cheaper, buy mine because I get better service, all those sorts of things. When you have the relationship solid into your business, then you will win 90% of the time because of that. But also, it's tougher to break up from an emotional relationship. So the customer feels a lot more pain if they decide to maybe pursue other options. So remember, business is a dating game. The third thing is you need to think like a squirrel. Now, I live in Canada. So in Canada, and by the way, Denise, I love the reference to the fact Coles Notes. For our American friends or other people around the world who are attending this, they wouldn't know who Coles Notes are. But I think in the States, there's another reference point to a similar Coles Notes, which are summarized notes. So I love that cultural piece. So it's important that you think like a squirrel. You see, it's not that cash is king, it's that access to cash is the emperor. And a lot of people get that confused because what they're trying to do is make sure they have cash on hand. Well, when I started my business over 25 years ago, I went out and responded to anybody that wanted to give me a credit card, I took it. Anybody that wanted to give me a Home Depot card, I took it. Anybody that wanted to give me a credit limit, I took it. Anybody that wanted to give me $500 as a contribution, I took it because I think like a squirrel. And what squirrels do really, really, really well is plan for winter. And in business, you will run across a winter, whether it's in the summer or in the winter. It doesn't matter. You are going to run across the situation where you're going to need access to cash. And the banks, the lending institutions, and so on are not interested in giving you money when you need it. They're interested in giving you money or access to money when you don't need it. And so what I did is I gathered all those nuts of these credit card, 50,000 here, $500 here, and so on. And I had a cash outlay potential of around $250,000. And so when that rainy day, that cold day happened, I just reached into those reserves and I brought it out and I was able to keep my business moving forward. So do not think about cash as being bad, access to cash as being bad. It's not. It's a reserve. And remember, you only have to use it, you only have to pay for it when you use it. Don't get hung up on those things. I still have got lots of credit cards. I still have got lots of credit lines. I still have. And the key is because I know I'm going to need to access it. I think like a squirrel. The next one is systems. Now, I'm a firm believer that the best way to create a business is to get out of the way. In other words, I want to set up a business that's sellable. And if the business is sellable, then the business no longer relies on me. And why I mentioned the 4-hour work week here is to have you reference it, not because of what it says, but how it makes you think. It makes you think about process. And systems ultimately create those processes. So when I'm building Cheftorial, I'm trying to put the people and the technology in place so I can get out of the way and really now have an asset that creates regular income for me. Or if I decide to sell it, then I can turn around and sell it and business doesn't need me in it. That is an investment, ladies and gentlemen. If I then am afforded the luxury of working in my business if I want to, not because I have to. I remember I was at a session one time, it was a networking session, and this man got up, I think it was about 35 at the time, and he was in his 50s, and he was bragging about the fact, he says, my wife and I are finally going away on a vacation. It's been 20 years, and we're going to go away on a vacation for 2 weeks. And all the older people are, oh, good for you, Bob. Yeah, good for you, good for you. And I'm thinking, what a freaking idiot that guy is, because he has become involved with his business in such a way that his business can't exist without him. And you can be sure when he was away for those 2 weeks, he was thinking about his business always. So create systems in your business so you can work in your business if you want to, not because you have to. Then you've got a lifestyle that you get to choose, not because it's pushed on you. The last one that I want to talk to you about is that business is a team sport. And, you had lots of coaches here the last couple of days And I'm a Canadian. Yes, I know we keep beating the Americans in the gold medal round at the Olympics. Sorry, just the way it is. You're going to have to suck it up, Buttercup. It's going to keep happening. So, but I always like to reference the fact, because I get asked by entrepreneurs, well, what do I need to know in order to be successful as an entrepreneur? Well, the first thing is you have to know, one, what it is that you like to do. And two, figure out how you can do that in your business. Then from there, you figure out all the other roles that are necessary to make your business work. You see, business is just a bicycle wheel with spokes in it. And you need to have multiple spokes on the bicycle wheel to make it work. So in this particular case, when I say business is a team sport, it really is. It's based on roles, not titles. This is very important. Do not give people titles yet. If you're beginning your business or a little bit along, maybe a little bit bigger, that's great, but not right now. It's not where you want it to be. So why I present this element of the Canadian jersey, and I'm getting near the end of my presentation now, is because in Vancouver, Sidney Crosby scored the gold-winning overtime goal against the Americans. It was a wonderful goal, wonderful time period. But I always challenge people with, who passed him the puck? Because someone passed him the puck. And someone, if that someone didn't exist, Crosby wouldn't have hit the puck and it wouldn't have gone through the goaltender's legs. Someone passed him the puck. And most people don't know because we focus in on the glory, not the guts behind to get to the glory. So remember, business is a team sport. It requires multiple people to be associated with it. The answer, by the way, is Jerome McGillna. That's the guy who passed him the puck. So identify who you need, what roles you need, stick to what you're good at. Maybe read the book Good to Great, because Jim Collins talks about the right person on the bus. But don't get hung up on what you don't know. Get people involved that can help you with that. So that's it for my presentation, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to be at my booth afterwards. If you want to talk business, great. If you want to talk cheftorial, great. If you want to talk the Patriots, even better. Because that's I'm a fan base, but I sure love those Patriots, and I consider myself part of the team. All right, I think I haven't been able to watch my clock, but I think that's close to 20 minutes. Thank you all, and Denise and team and Gracie and team, thank you.
Thanks, Rivers. That was awesome. I swear, you're like a brother from another mother, man, because my story lines up with yours.
We should follow up afterwards, dude.
I think we will, for sure. Thanks, man.
Right on, man.
Oh, I just love it. You know, one of the reasons I'm just laughing too is like that this is also really part of what this is all about when we have brought everybody together over these last 2 days in terms of the relatability and the nuggets of information that we think we know, but we're hearing again in a different way.
Right. Oh, for sure. You know, I've actually got a whole ton of notes that I took here that, you know, I may be part of the presenters, but I benefit so much from being around you guys because I learned so much. And the pearls of wisdom that have been tossed out over the last 2 days have been awesome.
Well, what were some of your biggest takeaways in terms of pearls of wisdom? Because I have a couple.
You know, I know that the conversation of purpose came up several times in this, which is a really tough one for a lot of people. So it's interesting to hear different angles of how to come at that, because I've had clients and many people I know, and myself included, like question. It's funny, my own purpose, I found out under hypnosis. Actually, it's a demonstration when I was doing NLP training, and they demonstrated by putting me on stage, and that's how my purpose came out. But I don't think everyone gets that benefit of having it ripped out of their subconscious like that. But that was helpful. I was thinking of some takeaways from what we got from Rivers here, and I really liked his reference to zagging as opposed to zigging with everyone else.
Oh, yes, I really like that too. Don't be a sheep.
Yeah, you know, it is very easy, and we get scared. I know about leaving the path, but that's where new discovery is, outside the path. Doesn't mean you can't come back to the path. There's great proven information that you need to know, but venturing off the path, I definitely, in my own life, have found great reward in taking a walk through the woods.
Well, I certainly could identify with that as well, because I think for me, I exemplify somebody who has followed the path and the one that was prescribed by a lot of other people versus forging along to discover my own. And then also in that discovery, finding my people and finding my team, because it wouldn't be without doing that, i.e., getting to know all of you that we've, gotten to know over the last little while as we've put this production together. And of course, that includes our event host. But for me, it has been about gathering that team of people, because this isn't, for me to be the end all be all to talk about this, to talk about this, to talk about this. No, there are experts that are within our field. And part of finding your team and letting them do their thing is, to me, is an example of how this event was formulated and shaped.
Oh, absolutely. And it really calls to mind too is what could you focus on that is your one great thing, as opposed to trying to be the expert in all these areas, which I think sometimes it's through insecurity or whatever. We feel like we have to know everything, and it's impossible to be good at everything, but you can rock your one thing, and then you can bring other people in to help with the other angles.
Well, absolutely. When we think of just the passion that our group has spoken about over the last 2 days, when I think of the big smile of Haley, in terms of our happiness business coach, and I think of the fire that we heard from Milton, when he was talking about, finding your purpose and all the other nuggets that he threw out of it. And each and every single speaker, you could just see their inner, that beam, that light, that energy, that passion shining through, because these are people that are walking in their purpose and stepping in and sharing their purpose with others.
Absolutely. And I really did like what Haley said about her carrot. What is our carrot at the end of the day? Because, we all are moved by the carrot and the stick, right? And some of us are a little bit more motivated by the stick of like, oh my God, I have a deadline, or whatever, that pressure that builds up, or what's going to happen if we don't get there. But it's important to remember why we're doing this, not just to avoid the stick. It's like, what is your carrot? What is your joy? Where's your bliss?
Well, where's your joy and where's your bliss? That is such a great point, because I think so many of us are, yes, we're motivated by pain, pleasure, absolutely. And so many of us, though, whether it's in our professional or personal lives, that there is this avoidance of pain, absolutely. But we do forget about the flip side and the more important side. And I think someone said it best in terms of love. In terms of happiness, in terms of joy, and all of those sorts of things, and how that is not some separate, if you want to call it, entity separate from you, not only just yourself, but your personal and your business.
Indeed. It's all about the love, Denise. That's why we're here.
So with that, I can pivot to say a huge thank you to everyone who has joined us over the last 2 days, whether it was yesterday, today, or both days. I cannot thank you enough, and truly express just how much that really means to me. You did hear me say that this entire journey over the last 2 days was just a figment of my imagination, probably about a year ago. And I would never have thought that it would end up looking something like this, because the only thing that I knew at the time is that I wanted to, as I'm stepping out in terms of entrepreneurship and the highs and lows and all the different things that Rivers just alluded to, and finding my, if you want to call it, like-minded collaborators and professionals. That's how I met all of you. You are not all people that I've known for years and years and years and years and years, but you are also people that I think, like our audience, are people that are like-minded, that share the same values, belief, and vision and zest for life. And I can't tell you how much that means to me.
Thank you for bringing us together, Denise.
Yes. And so I want to specifically thank Acute Inflections, those jazzy tunes, those sweet melodies, just to kind of set the vibe and get us grooving, and also those interludes. I cannot say thank you enough in terms of how just mood and atmosphere and ambience, that the beautiful ambience that you set, just really set things off from the very, very start. To all the panelists, everyone, we know we've mentioned their names already, but to recap, and including the moderators for those panels as well. So for yesterday, for example, Dr. Joy Vaughn, Haley Patry, Cherry Forsyth, and Sharon Hellman, and then also with Janae Bell. Today, again, with Haley and Dr. Joy joining us, myself and Rivers was just making me laugh too much in terms of our fireside chats and all the different things. And Lauren, who was stuck in her car, but what can you do? Those things happen, you know. Our keynotes with Spencer Connolly yesterday and Milton again. Yourself, Jeff, for doing such a wonderful job keeping us moving and weaving that tapestry through things. And of course, Mr. Rivers with his, being one of our last keynotes this afternoon. I cannot thank you all enough. And of course, our production crew, the event, I would say, bringing the vision to life. Gracie Jones, Opera Events by Gracie.
Awesome job, Gracie.
I cannot say enough. This would not be happening without you. And again, all of you that took time out of your busy schedules and days to walk with us and be encouraged and basically continue that journey forward, personally and professionally, to close that gap between where we are now and where it is we want to go. And so for that, I thank you.
Siddiqui on bass, y'all. I can't fool myself and want nobody else to ever love me. You are my guiding light, my shining star, my love fantasy. There's not a second, minute, day or night that I don't love you. You're at the top of my list, 'cause I'm always thinking of you. I still remember in the days when I was scared to touch you, how I spent my nights dreaming, planning how to say I love you. You should know that I had feelings deep enough to swim in. That's when you opened up your heart and you told me to come in. Oh, my love, 1,000 kisses from you is never too much. And I just don't wanna stop. Oh, my love, a million years in your arms is never too much. And I just don't wanna stop. Never too much, never too much, never too much, never too much. Kisses from you is never too much. And I just don't wanna stop. Oh, my love, a million years in your arms is never too much. And I just don't wanna stop. Never too much, never too much, never too much, never too much. Never too much, 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 never, 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 never. never too